Morning. How's everybody doing this morning? All right. Sorry, I didn't stick out my, whatever you call it. I didn't set up the video until 3 hours ago. Anyway, if you don't mind sharing, that'd be great. That helps me. Good. That helps me. Helps to get the story out. Preferably share, or whatever. Retweet is better than the liking. Though the liking, I suppose, but the share is the important part. Or whatever you do over there. Notice a lot of traffic coming from Facebook. So whoever's posting over there, thank you very much. Thank you to all of you who are sharing. Salt airy. I think I call you salty air for some reason. Salt airy. Good morning. Decided that they're boring us to death, so we lose interest. There you go. That's exactly what they're doing. It's a tried, tested, true old pattern. This is what they do, and then people will go away, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, see, nobody cares now." But if people are left standing at the end of it all, well, their pants are kind of down. Blue Nose, good morning. Good morning. Alex McLean. Julia Rock. We've got Sad Mafioso. Brenda Grant. Salt Airy. Yeah, Brenda's right on there. Okay, Salt Airy. I don't know. Maybe I'll just call it Salty Air. Christine, good morning. Jamie, Nova Scotia Freckles, who will probably be with us for a short time, right? I think it seems like every day you go off to work. But thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it greatly. JJ, morning. It has been requested by my husband not to put my full name in here. I had to change it up. Let's keep fighting the good fight. Fair enough? Thank you for coming. That's what we need. And spreading the message. Kelly Seawood. Good morning. Nosy Scotian. Pioneer Driver. Kelly Blair. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Hanging tough. Appreciate it. Linda McLeod. Linda McDonald. Glass. I'm going blind. There were some new documents up yesterday. I think there's 1,772 at this point in time. Not sure. Countryside. Anybody had a chance to look at what all was thrown up there? Ms. Fox. Lita Strickland. Didn't end up finishing last night after work. What did I miss? I don't know. I'll leave other people to answer that. How's that? I don't. Mistakes. They're trying to pawn everything off on mistakes. Mistakes. Not a series of mistakes. Not when you have decades of records like this. Mistake. The most the most inept organization ever, if that were the case. What was it? Goldfish. Wouldn't trust the goldfish. Okay, that answers it. From inside. Nova Scotia Freckles. Christiana would work at 11. Work at 11. Be up here. Great. Okay, thank you. Christiana, Nikki Lewis. Thank you for the thumb thing. Appreciate that very much. I do. I just don't like to talk about that kind of stuff, but really it helps. The share is the important one. Really, please. Mark Evans. But I do very much appreciate that. Thank you. Nova Scotia 44. Good to have you here. Glow Watcher. Good morning. Love the article about the Truro police chief. Excellent. Yes, I didn't get to finish reading that yesterday on air. Maybe we'll have to do it again today. Very good. Seawood. What can we expect today? There's some kind of a witness. What is it? Anybody know which witness? There is a singular witness, and then there'll be participant submission, whatever that means. Maybe somebody gets asked questions, whether they'll be softballs or not. We'll see. RCMP has best depends. Todd, love to be anyone but me this morning. Oh no. Really? Ouch. Sorry. Sum it up is disgusting. Yeah. Truth and all. Yes. Freckles problems. Donna. Morning. Morning, Donna. Julia. Mistake equals incompetence. That's what they want people to believe. This is what they have been doing for decades. Oh, sorry. We just made mistakes. But when you make mistakes over and 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 over ad nauseum, is it a mistake anymore? No, that's an excuse. Oops. Yes. Hope Linda feels better. MH. Good day. Good day. Yo, all TikTok. Damn clocks down in Nova Scotia. Big problems. Okay, so we'll get this show on the road here. Let's see here. What am I doing here? I think it's this one. Okay, and let's see what is lined up for the witness today. I miss a lot of stuff during the broadcast just because I have to press buttons and excuse me. Today, witness is Michael Hallows. Michael Hallows will explain key principles of system design and governance with respect to public alert systems, to explain key principles of interagency collaboration, interoperability. I wonder if he got an award. In effective emergency critical incident response, including respect, public communications, education, ready alert, Okay. Let's just have a quick boo at who this individual is. Okay. Oh, he's from the UK. Strategic advisor to governments on public safety and security. Is this him? Interesting. So they're bringing in somebody from the UK.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Oh my. Sorry about the echo. Why is it an echo? That's not very good. Better fix that. It's not this one. Why is there an echo? Oh, I know why. Okay. I wonder if this is him. Certainly seems like it. So somebody, who is not related to this situation by any stretch, shape, or form. He is an expert. I wonder what kind of credentials he has. I'm sure they're good, but wonder what kind of friends he has too. Australia. Oh, okay. And now I'm thinking Balin. Balin likes Australia. Covert ops. Let's see if I can find that quickly. He has a lot of relationships with the oh, come on. Covert ops, that's Brenda's friend, by the way. Yeah, I'm signed out because I'm not even signed in.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
See? A lot of ties.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour, bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Let us begin taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Yesterday during proceedings, Commission Counsel presented the foundational alert ready in Nova Scotia. We also heard from witnesses Paul Mason and Rodney Legg, both from the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office, to help us better understand the alert ready system. You can read this and other foundational documents and supporting materials on our website, which is also where you'll find the Commission reports, an archive of past proceedings, and much more information about our work in progress. Rather than waiting until the end of our mandate, we are sharing our current understanding of the facts based on these documents and resources. We are working this way to help answer many of the questions we know the public are asking. The Commission's foundational documents and source materials share the information gathered to date by the Commission through our investigation. These documents bring together an proceedings, we are all able to hear from witnesses, experts, and others to help build our shared understanding. Similarly, the commissioned reports, roundtables, and upcoming small group sessions are ways for all of us to explore the broader context, causes, and circumstances surrounding the mass casualty and doing this together. Ultimately, this work is intended to help us arrive at clear findings and provide a basis for strong recommendations in our final report. It is only through meaningful and implementable recommendations that we can collectively help to make our communities safer. As you know, we welcome your thinking and suggestions through the public submissions process available on our website. Today, we'll continue to examine issues related to public alerting as we hear from another witness, Michael Hallows. We will also hear submissions later from participants on this topic. I'll now ask Senior Commission Counsel Rachel Young to introduce Mr. Hallows. Thank you, Rachel, and thank you for being here with us again today.
Good morning, Commissioners, participants, people of Canada, Nova Scotia, and beyond. Before we call the witness this morning, I did just have a couple of items of housekeeping, Commissioners. As I suspected I might be doing, I had entered as independent evidence a couple of exhibits that were already filed as supporting documents. And so to avoid duplication, I wonder if we could just remedy that now. So the registrar has advised me that COM number COMM 000992, which was marked as an exhibit yesterday as 1306, had already been marked as exhibit 1255. And document COMM 0043675, which was marked yesterday as 1307, had already been marked as Exhibit 1282. So if we could just discard or exclude the documents marked as 1306 and 07 yesterday, since you already have them, and leave those exhibit numbers open for the next two exhibits, please.
Thank you.
Michael Hallows will be joining us from England. He's appearing by Zoom. If he could be brought up on screen, please. Good morning, Mr. Hallows.
Good morning, Rachel. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, participants too.
I wonder, would you prefer to be sworn or affirmed by the registrar today?
I'm very happy to be sworn. I have my Bible with me.
Go ahead, Madam Registrar.
Mr. Hallows, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Hallows, you're here with us today virtually, and you'll be with us tomorrow as well for a roundtable on alerting, I understand.
Thank you for the invitation. I will.
And Madam Registrar, if we could please bring up Mr. Hallows' curriculum vitae on screen. Commissioners, Commission Counsel is tendering Mr. Hallows as an expert, and I'd just like to go through his qualifications if I may. His curriculum vitae is COMM 0055670. If that could be made an exhibit, please.
That's Exhibit 1306.
Mr. Hallows, I understand that you've been an independent consultant since 2017, is that right?
That is correct.
And you're based in the UK now?
I am.
And as a consultant now, I gather that you advise European governments on public warning systems?
Yes, that is correct.
And from 2011 to 2017, you worked in Australia. Can you please tell the commissioners what brought you there and what your various roles were in Australia?
I had served 30 years as a detective at New Scotland Yard and was appointed as the Emergency Services Commissioner for the state of Victoria following the Victorian Bushfires Royal Commission that ended in 2010, which recommended major reforms to the state's emergency management arrangements. And I was brought in as the regulator, the commissioner for all of the emergency management services in that state.
How did you come to specialize in public warning systems?
That's a very good question. What happened was that when I arrived, my office, the Emergency Services Commissioner, had already chosen to lead for Australia on the development of what became known as the location-based solution. So phase 2 of Australia's national public alerting system known as Emergency Alert. I took charge of that in terms of its design, its delivery, negotiations on contracts with suppliers, negotiations across all jurisdictions in Australia, and then ultimately its implementation in 2012 and its ongoing operational use, its monitoring of performance, reporting, and its expansion using new technologies. And that led to my appointment as the National Director of Australia's Emergency Alert Programme in 2014.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert witness in public warning systems?
No, I have not had that opportunity before.
The Mass Casualty Commission retained you as an independent expert to explain and provide examples and comparisons between the present Canadian approach and best practices and principles on the following topic, and I'm just going to read these out to you. Key principles of system design and governance with respect to public alert systems, how the priorities and preferred outcomes for communities and emergency services organizations can be incorporated into the design and governance of public alert systems, key principles of interagency collaboration and interoperability in effective emergency and critical incident response, including with respect to public communications and education, and with respect to those things, the best practices and useful models from other countries outside of Canada, a description of the successful application of principles within other countries' systems, and how the present Canadian approach compares with best practices and principles. Do you have expertise in those areas?
Thank you, I do.
Are you qualified to provide expert opinion evidence in those areas?
I understand that I am.
Commissioners, I would ask that Mr. Howes be accepted as an expert witness in the areas described.
Thank you. So confirmed. Thank you, Mr. Hollis.
And if the participants had any questions about Mr. Howes' qualifications? No? And I understand, Mr. Hallows, that you prepared some notes that you wish to have with you as an ed memoir. So do you have those in front of you?
I do, and I would be delighted if I can. I'm hoping this is not a memory test. When you get to my age and the graying, it would be very helpful to be able to refer.
Commissioners, this document was disclosed to participants as a Rule 47 detailed anticipated evidence, although every point in there may not be put into evidence. It's not my intention to make these notes an exhibit, but I'd ask your permission to have Mr. Hallows be allowed to just have them in front of him to refresh his memory, since he will be referring to his own work over a number of years in a number of countries.
Thank you. Sounds reasonable.
Thank you.
I understand, Mr. Hallows, that in addition to doing presentations in several different countries, you've written some white papers on this topic. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed, I have.
Can you describe those for us?
Yes, the white papers were on assisting European governments in their understanding of the expectations and requirements in meeting the European directive under Article 110 of the European Electronic Communications Code of 2018 that requires all 27 member states to put in place a public warning system. My white papers walked them through the stages of design through to delivery and successful implementation.
Sorry, I'm going to pause here for a moment. The problem wasn't the system wasn't used. So perhaps we can, again, if you don't mind, just start asking questions in the comments stuff here or whatever, the chat, about 18 and 19, the specific events, and I will start highlighting them. Thank you. I'd like to keep it on track.
Essential component of community education.
And in addition to your present retainer with the Mass Casualty Commission, can you give us an idea, to the extent that it's not confidential, what other consulting projects you're working on right now?
I'm not working on any others. I've given my exclusive time to you.
And you understand you do presentations to various European agencies and Canadian agencies regarding public warning systems?
I have been doing so, yes.
I'd like to discuss your knowledge of the background of Canada's public warning system and Alert Ready. I understand you've had some experience and involvement with Canadian setup of the systems.
Yes, I have.
Can you describe that, an overview of that back to your earliest involvement, if you would?
My earliest involvement was in 2008. I was invited as a speaker from London at the Canadian Interoperability Technology Interest Group to their second conference in Toronto, and I spoke on the UK's approach to multi-agency communications interoperability, which was a program I led for the UK across all of the responder and first responder, second responder agencies in the country. That was my first. It continued after my arrival in Australia. I was invited again to present to CITIG, which was their 8th conference. That was in Ottawa, and my role there from Australia's point of view, they called it bragging rights, but it was to assist the membership of CITIG with what we had achieved from my office's leadership to deliver Australia's national public alerting system, which, as I say, we call Emergency Alert. And I gave a presentation on our approach and our successful design and delivery, and then its use, which has been quite extensive.
What is CITIG? Can you please tell us what that acronym stands for and what that body is?
It's the Canadian Interoperability Technology Interest Group, and to my knowledge from meeting its members, it is made up of some very good people who represent the chiefs of police, fire and paramedics, and other senior officials from the emergency management organizations in Australia.
We heard yesterday that ultimately Canada adopted a system known as Alert Ready. Are you aware of what Alert Ready is?
I am, yes.
Can you just describe the gist of that to us, please?
The Alert Ready website describes the system. It is supported through the NADS system. You probably have heard that acronym from before, but the way in which it works is that an emergency management organization, as a government issuer, will send a message that is then broadcast through the NADS and then distributed through television, radio broadcasts, and more recently through the wireless public networks.
Are there conditions that need to be in place for alerts to be received on a wireless device?
Yes, there are, most definitely. That first and foremost, the device that the recipient would have needs to be compatible with the technology, which is cell broadcast. The Canadian system uses the 4G long-term evolution network, so it does not use the earlier 2 and 3G, and therefore your device must be compatible with 4G, and you must also be within 4G coverage area for the system to be able to reach you and for you to be able to access it.
Who are the stakeholders for Alert Ready?
My understanding from the website is there are 4. There are first the government issuers, those authorized to access the system directly. There's the Pelmerex, who is the commercial supplier of the National Alert Aggregation and Dissemination System called NADS. In addition to that, there are the alert distributors, which is the wireless service providers for the cell phones, as well as the TV and radio broadcasters. And fundamentally, it's hugely important because they count in this, particularly the public, as the recipients of the alert message.
Whose responsibility is public alerting in Canada, and how does that differ from who it is in Australia, if at all?
From my reading of this and my personal experience since being invited to be involved in 2014, it's predominantly been the emergency management organizations across Canada. It's only very recently that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have been given direct access. That is quite different to the Australian approach and in many other countries where it is every organization that has a legal responsibility to warn the population of an emergency that threatens life, livelihoods, health, property. They all have direct access to the system.
We will get into this in more detail later, but can you describe at a high level what the benefits of a centralized model are versus the pitfalls?
By having a hub within each jurisdiction as the emergency management organization representing all the others in the world of public warning, you have the benefit that you have an expertise that will be developed, high degree of proficiency, familiarity, and confidence due to their more frequent use of the system. Ideally, you will also see knowledge sharing between the federal, provincial, and territorial state representatives to build knowledge and confidence whenever the system is used for the first time for a new type of emergency. And that, having a centralized in each federal, provincial, territorial environment, builds also trust and confidence that when you need the service, it will be there and you'll have a response that is timely to your needs. It also means that you're going to constantly stay ahead of what is required for an effective public warning in terms of messaging and the development of, hopefully, good practice across the country.
So you were involved somewhat in the early days, and can you describe your understanding of the original intent for national public alerting in Canada and how that's evolved?
Like many countries, and it was the same in Australia, the genesis for Alert Ready was the realization that nationally, Canada needs a public warning system to deal with the onset of major emergencies, dealing with natural disasters, so floods, tornadoes, bushfires, wildfires. That was very much the naissance in people's thinking. It's only once the system became established, and certainly in Australia, when I reviewed the system 2 years in, we quickly identified from the public's response that their expectation was that they wanted the national public alerting system to be used by every emergency service with a responsibility to warn for any type of emergency that threatened their lives, their livelihoods, their property, or their health. And that radically transformed very quickly in our first 2 years our thinking, which I was delighted to bring to Canada in 2014 and 15.
When you speak about Australian public opinion, I take it you were privy to some research on that?
Indeed. I commissioned, as the Commissioner and National Director, a national survey done for us by Ipsos. That was completed in December 2014. What that showed for us was that we had gone out to every community in Australia who had experienced a public alert and every emergency service organisation that had sent an alert to get a real life hands-on experience feedback on their feelings about the success of the system.
We will have a look at that document later. Just to finish up on the origin of alerting in Canada, we heard yesterday that the CRTC has involvement in regulating alerts. How would you describe the approach to developing alerting in Canada, and how is that different than it's been elsewhere?
By comparison, it is very different. So to have a national project that is delivering an emergency management and emergency service capability by an organization that is not on the front line of the consequences of implementation is very unusual. In Australia, my office was responsible for the oversight of the performance of the emergency services sector and emergency management sector. Therefore, it was only right that as we were accountable for the use of that system operationally, that it should be led by an emergency management and emergency service organization. And our governance was focused around accountability. And our stakeholder group was led by ourselves alongside a federal minister and the federal minister's senior officials, who would be the equivalent of a deputy minister. So to find in Canada that the design is being led by the regulator for radio to television broadcasting is exceptional. I don't know of any other country that has taken that approach. The traditional approach that I have found across Europe and also in Australia is that it must be led, it has been led by a public service that is accountable for the operational usage of the system, not the relationship with the distributors.
What was the impact of the lead being taken by a broadcasting regulator on the role of the considerations of technology in alerting in Canada?
Again, a most unusual approach. So when I came to Canada in 2014 for the CTIG conference, and then again for an excellent summit led by Tim Tritton from Alberta Emergency Management, what I found was surprising that there was no design authority that I could recognize. There was no approach to developing with stakeholders, in particular the emergency services, the concept of operations. And there was no development of the operational requirements of the user community who would ultimately be firing up the system to warn their communities. Now, I had not seen that before, and I commented quite robustly that from my experience, Canada should look at the established process that has certainly worked for me, that we begin with the people, as in what are the expectations of the public from a national public alerting system? What are the requirements of their protectors, the emergency services organizations, in delivering against those outcomes and expectations? On the processes, what are the business processes and rules within those organizations entrusted to deliver those alerts to make sure that they optimize how they are used, which fits into this concept of operations? And then and only then do you go to market with evaluation criteria against which you would test your technologies. What I found was that CRTC, the Defence Research and Development Canada, and the wireless service providers were dictating their technology was going to be sold broadcast. And when I asked for the evaluation criteria against which they had reached that decision, I was firmly told that we're doing it this way, and effectively the requirements will be retrofitted into what the technology can deliver, not choosing which technology actually meets the requirements and expectations under people and process. A very unusual approach.
And how did the lead taken by a broadcast regulator factor into privacy considerations that might come into play in a public warning system in Canada?
There were two presenters, myself and one from Norway. We both had first-hand leadership experience of using a system that is using a technology called location-based SMS. We explained how the use of this technology does not invade personal privacy. It is able to quite lawfully process the metadata that is automatically generated between every cell phone handset and the network, and that data is then provided as a series of anonymized aggregated totals on screen to the operator. And therefore, there is no invasion of privacy. However, in the subsequent documents, we found that privacy had been misinterpreted to have other consequences that we knew factually were not correct.
We will be talking about a number of presentations you've made over the years and a number of conferences. So when you talk about this conference, which one do you mean?
Specifically, the National Public Alerting Summit of 17th, 18th of February 2015.
And that was in Canada?
That was in Edmonton.
And when you refer to SMS, can you just tell us what that stands for? Is that the same thing as a text messaging system?
Indeed. Indeed. Sorry, yes, it's a short message system, SMS.
Now I'd like to turn to asking you about system design, and I believe you're going to be talking about this more tomorrow at the roundtable. Can you please explain for the commissioners, to orient them, the key principles of system design and governance with respect to public alert systems?
Certainly, from my experience of doing this in Australia and guiding European public safety agencies, fundamental to the start of your design for a public alerting system is you've got to get your governance right. And as I said, my experience and that of elsewhere where I've been assisting with this is the project is led by a senior public official who ultimately has responsibility for the successful operational use of the capability once delivered, what some people in program management call a senior responsible owner. And the governance structure that that individual builds around them is the stakeholder community. So one of their first functions is the stakeholder identification. And in public alerting, that is traditionally the organizations with a responsibility in law for alerting the public and warning them in times of an emergency. That stakeholder group then forms a working group as part of the design authority, who then develop the concept of operations. And I'm sure you'll ask me some questions on that. And from that concept of operations, which there are 7 steps, we in Australia, and I've guided other countries to do the same, determine a series of guiding principles for what you expect of the system as the national capability for public warning. And from them, you then distill, as we did in Australia, 10 guiding principles against which you will then evaluate the available technologies.
And so what is a design authority? Is that a person or a group?
It's a group. It's a group who takes charge of the whole development process. So ideally, it's a body of people from both inside and outside the organizations who have all the necessary skills and expertise in specific operational requirements and the enabling technologies. And they will consider, investigate, and advise on best practice for the design of a well-engineered solution that addresses, to the best that the technology can at the time, all the operational and technical challenges and requirements that you have set out in your general and guiding principles.
So on guiding principles for public alerting systems, I gather you have presented in Canada about this in the past. You mentioned the February 2015 summit in Edmonton.
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you gave a similar presentation in 2014 to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police.
That is correct.
Although we're not going to look at those slides today, we'll look at the 2015 slides. And then, after the summit, did Canada change its position on having a technology-led model?
No.
And I understand that you would have been in Australia at that time, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were sent a communication indicating what Canada's position was after the summit?
I was. You're referring to the technical advisory note?
Yes, perhaps we could have Madam Registrar bring that up on screen. It's COMM 005-7411. It is a Government of Canada technical advisory note called Public Alerting Over Long-Term Evolution, or LTE Wireless Networks, Technology Overview, dated April 22nd, 2015. So what is this document?
It's effectively the culmination of a piece of research done by Defence Research and Development Canada in terms of their view, their perspective on the technologies available. I think you'll find from reading it, it's very much saying that this is a technology-led project for Canada.
And so, do I understand that this document was generated essentially in response to the summit of February 2015 or in the aftermath of it?
It was generated very quickly after, I think the 22nd of April. The workshop run by Tim Tritton was in February the 17th and 18th.
And so, to your knowledge, has there been any change between 2015 to the present day in terms of the technology-led approach in Canada?
No, there's been no change.
I'd like to take you to another presentation you made more recently in May of 2021. So with, I think, some of your updated thinking shown, that would be COM number Sorry, Madam Registrar, can I just get the exhibit number for the previous 57411?
It's 1307.
1307. So we'll be on to new exhibit numbers after this. Could we please have COMM 005 7413 on screen? So this is a document called A More Effective Public Warning System, brackets PWS, close brackets, for Canada in 2023, end quote. And this is a PowerPoint presentation of yours to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, May 12, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I apologize to participants. I think on the Rule 46 summary, it said May of 2020, but it should be May of 2021. Could this be made an exhibit, please, Madam Registrar?
It's exhibit 1348.
May I
And-
just,
yes.
sorry, may I just comment on that? I think you've got some notes pages there. I'm fairly confident that it's the slide deck that is relevant. The notes pages may be a repeat of some previous presentation I've done, and may not necessarily be directly relating to Canada. Forgive me.
So the text at the bottom would be your speaking notes?
Yeah, they would be, but they may not. They may be generic. It's the content of the slide deck that's really important.
So we'll focus on the slides. Madam Registrar, if I could have you go to the second last page, it should be slide 43.
Oh, so they're recycling old garbage? An old PowerPoint. It may not be relevant.
Mr. Hollis, there's a graphic on screen here. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
It looks like a bullseye to me. Did you create that?
I did. If you were to play it, it builds one phase at a time, starting with the outer red ring, aiming for your target, which is an effective public warning system. And each of those colored bands are the sequential processes to go through to get it right.
I'm not sure if we have the technological ability to do that today, so I'll just read them from the outside in. So we've got guiding design principles, operational and functional requirements on the outside. So is that your starting point, or why do you have that on the outside?
That is your starting point, because you go very broadly with your stakeholder group to get that absolutely right.
And then the next layer in is policy, regulations, standards, and funding. And so is that because that's what needs to be put in place once you've got your guiding principles?
Indeed, because that affects, once you know what you want to achieve, you will find, as we did, you're going to have the policy, the regulation and standards to underpin that as a framework. And in your conversations with the market, you will understand what the funding requirement will be, and you need to look at your options for funding, whether that should be from the subscriber, as it is in Canada, or it should be from the state.
And then we have operational readiness and integration is the next level in.
That's correct. So that's your business processes, your business rules for the issuer authorities.
And the next one is community education. Why is that in there?
That is an essential part. The public are fundamental to the success of your public warning system. Therefore, the public's ability to understand the urgency of the message as a recipient and to know what they need to do in response to stay safe and not place any additional burden on the emergency services is part of the most critical element to success, and is what is done prior to the launch, because we want to involve the public in trials to get their reaction and, if necessary, tweak the system before the actual go live.
So does that mean, for example, if an alarm goes off, but nobody knows what it means, it doesn't help?
Oh, absolutely.
How about having the alarm go off? That would be helpful. This is not relevant. If you don't have it go off, it doesn't matter.
Educating the public to wake up and realize we have a very serious incident that affects your life, and you have been prepared through a solid community preparedness and education program increases the chances of the public doing the right thing.
Madam Registrar, can we have the graphic back on screen, please? At the core of that bullseye, you had PWS. What does that stand for, and why is it in the middle?
It's a European term for a wireless public alerting system or a national public alerting system. The common term in Europe is a public warning system. That's how it was defined in the European directive.
So you were giving this presentation to a police audience last year, is that right, in Canada?
That's correct.
And so what were you essentially trying to convey to them?
Well, fundamentally, what had happened in 2015 is I had brought with me from Australia a document called the National Telephony Warning System Guidelines, which was effectively our roadmap and blueprint for how we had approached the development of a wireless public alerting system. And I was only too happy to share that with representatives. And there was a breakout session which was led by Sorum, the senior officers responsible for emergency management. And I was disappointed because a representative of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police had wanted to be involved in that setup of effectively an attempt at establishing a design authority and was excluded. So for this 2021 presentation, I wanted to show how my thinking from my worldwide experience would now inform, hopefully, the development of a design authority looking to the future of what can now be done based on international learning to take Canada into the next generation of national public alerting systems.
I understand that after you gave this presentation to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, they issued a resolution the following month. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's 2021-06.
And Madam Registrar, could we see that it's COMM 0043481, if that could be brought on screen, please, and made an exhibit?
Well, then you better admit that your meetings are garbage. Get on with it.
Interoperability strategy for Canada, prioritizing the national public alerting system.
Yep, that's the document. I have a copy of it in front of me as well.
And so in a nutshell, are you able to tell us what the response was from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police after your presentation?
They were able to finish their crafting of this document, which was fundamental to their wanting to demonstrate that lessons had been not only identified but learned from the mass casualty events, and they were proactively wanting to influence the design authority and their leadership in the future of Canada's national public alerting system.
Madam Registrar, what's the exhibit number for that document?
1349.
This is totally irrelevant to talk about the system if you didn't use it. They chose not to use it. What the fuck are they doing? They're trying to make excuses.
If we could see COMM 0057411, that's the document called Public Alerting over Long-Term Evolution LTE Wireless Networks Technology Overview, dated April 22nd, 2015. So we've made that one an exhibit, I think. Okay, so this is the Government of Canada note. So was there a shift between that Government of Canada note in 2015 saying there was going to be no change to the technology-led approach to the response of the Chiefs of Police in 2021?
That was and remains, I believe, their goal, to shift that thinking because there had been no concept of operations going back to 2015. that the requirements, which is an evolving process, had not been considered for how the emergency services might want to use the system operationally. And there have been huge advances in multiple countries in their use of the system, which needs to inform Canada's future approach. And that paper, the 2021-06 resolution, is aimed at, for the first time, getting CACP's active participation as a stakeholder in the process.
Madam Registrar, could you see the bottom of page 10 of this document, the Government of Canada document? And so I won't make you read them all, Mr. Hallows, but we see starting at the bottom of page 10, carrying on to page 11, you do talk about this document does talk about the guiding principles there. So those were the ones that you helped design for Australia's system, is that right?
Yes, they are. They reflect the work that was done by ourselves in Australia first, that we were only too happy to share with Sorum, and a gentleman, Tim Tritton, I believe is in the room, will remember working on Canadianizing our document to make it a living, working document for your country.
And we see that you're cited there in footnote 15, and Mr. Tritton, who you mentioned, will join us tomorrow at the roundtable. Moving on then from the guiding principles for public alerting systems to the concept of operations, which is an idea that we see come up again and again in your work. Can you please explain what a concept of operations document is? And I believe the lingo is ConOps that we hear people referring to.
Yes, I'm sorry for the lingo. I believe it's the military who like to shorten everything. It's called ConOps, but yes, concept of operations. It's an integral part of the design process. It's fundamental to getting it right. And it's the document that's developed by consensus amongst the stakeholders to describe characteristics of the proposed public alerting system from both the user and recipient's perspectives. The content will set out the individual and collective operational and functional requirements based upon recognized use case scenarios. The concepts of operations are widely used, as I said, by the military, government services, and emergency management organizations to help document from the very beginning everyone's understanding of how a new or existing capability that needs to be improved will either be employed or adapted to achieve desired outcomes and an end state. The finished concept of operations document then informs the technical specifications for the technology procurement, and it goes on to provide the basis for what will be your standard operating procedures that set out the rules, but in a federal, provincial, territorial type constitution, it's normally only guidance, but it's very strongly worded guidance to ensure consistency in how the system will be used in times of emergency. It also forms the basis for the training and training manual for future users. So the concept of operations is a hugely important first step in getting it right.
Who are the users?
It varies. So in Canada, as I said before, you have your government issuers who are authorized to have access, but you actually have more organizations than those who have to use the designated government issuer as their conduit to get access to the system in order to have their message sent. For me, that is an unusual process because I'm used to those organizations with a responsibility to warn having unfettered direct access, because the time required is essential. And if I may seek your indulgence, the way in which I've been describing this to get people to understand the concept, we used in Europe the term reverse 112. So for you, it would be reverse 911. When you dial 911 as a member of the public, you have an expectation your call will be answered, you will be taken seriously, and that the appropriate response capability will be dispatched to your location, because you are the person who is telling the emergency services what is happening, where it is. In reverse, can be that the emergency services, at the point where they are receiving the 911 calls, realize that a situation is now escalating to one that you in the command and control center have enough information to realize that the public are not aware there is a very dangerous escalating situation. So you now need to put the 911 system in reverse to alert them to respond. And that explanation I have found has worked well with government organizations in realizing the value that when the scale of a disaster or the scale of an emergency exceeds the capacity and capability of the emergency services to respond in the traditional way of knocking on everyone's door, that you can do this now remotely and automatically. And if you have the right technology, you will be presented back with a series of facts, in particular in Australia, vital to me as the commissioner to be able to see from the system in near real time, so in less than 10 seconds, how many cell phones, and therefore a reliable indication of people, are actually within the warning area. Once they send the alert, how many of those people's devices have successfully received the message? And then by watching the data, which is all anonymized, how many of those people have then followed my instruction to evacuate? And that data proved critical for emergency services in Australia to understand how many people, where they were they reacting? And if they weren't reacting, where were they? How could we reach them? And with what resources to rescue them? So that explanation, I hope, helps with the importance of an effective reverse 911 capability.
Yes, I just want to clarify the terminology, because yesterday we were discussing reverse 911 with representatives of the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office. And when they talked about reverse 911, they meant literally the same as a 911 call, but only for landlines, there would be a capability for the landline phone provider to supply potentially phone numbers that correspond with specific addresses and send to people in a geographic area. But it sounds like you're talking about a broader concept of reverse 911, which would include cell phones. So you just mean authorities to the people versus the other way around. Is that correct?
Indeed. So the system first developed before my arrival in Australia did exactly that. If you drew on a mapping system connected to the platform for public alerting, a polygon, it would naturally capture from the database run by government that anonymized your name, but it had your landline telephone registered against your address. If you were in that polygon, you got the call. The challenge for me was that excluded every non-resident and every visitor from the system. So we needed a cell phone capability that detected from the system every cell phone that was within the network coverage of this same polygon. And by virtue of the all registration, which is then anonymized and aggregated together with all the other cell phones registering the warning area, you got the alert.
Yes, and for those who are interested in more detail, you do have diagrams showing the circles and polygons on maps in your slides that people can peruse in the exhibits. So you've been talking about this for quite some time, at least 10 years, I believe. Madam Registrar, could we have document number COMM 057417 on screen, please? This is the National Telephony Warning National Telephony Warning System Guidelines dated November 2012, version 1.4. And this is from Australia. Is that
Yes, it was
correct?
produced by my office as the national roadmap and guidance on use of our system and how we reached that decision.
Could we just start at page 1, please, Madam Registrar, just so we can have a look at the title page? And so, who is the author of this document?
One of my staff, signed off by myself as the commissioner.
And now I would like to go to page 5, please, Madam.
2012, relevance to April 1819 and solving the homicide of 23 individuals. Fail.
It was our template for all the features as the guiding principles.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 6, the next page, we see 10 principles to evaluate technologies. And so, is this what you came to Canada asking if they had done and found that it wasn't done that way because there was already an assumption about which technologies would be used?
That is correct. It had not been done. And what was really troubling is if you look at the first bullet point, the choice of technology that CRTC, DRDC was recommending did not comply with our overriding expectation. And you can see that was it should be accessible to, non-discriminatory, and reach the vast majority. And I had classified for Australia, the vast majority was 95% of cell phone users. The cell broadcast technology at that time was not compatible with every handset. It would only work on the 4G network when you were in the coverage with the right compatible device. And I know from the first tests of Alert Ready in 2018, all of my warnings were borne out by the results of those tests, that it was not reaching the vast majority because Canada's choice of technology was discriminatory. It did not provide access or reach to the vast majority of cell phone users. And that is still the case today.
So let's unpack those considerations a little bit. I believe there's a roundtable tomorrow afternoon that will be discussing these ideas further, but in terms of discriminatory, so you're saying, first of all, it would only work with more recent technology. So for example, if someone had a 10-year-old cell phone, it wouldn't reach them, is that correct?
If it's not 4G compatible and it has not had its software upgraded to the latest operating system, and it is not within 4G coverage, it will not work. In as much as it will not receive an alert, it will not be capable of keeping you safe.
And do language considerations come into play here in terms of the language of the alerts?
It's a dilemma. And I'm coming from a country where we have multiple languages. And in Australia, it troubled me too that we were using just English. But in talking to communities affected, we realized very quickly that they saw the emergency alert capability as a community alerting capability, and that there was, by the culture of way in which Australians have behaved for generations, a shared responsibility. And we found quite remarkably that even though we were sending emergency alerts in English, non-English speakers were using Google Translate directly from their device to find out what this message was. And it has always concerned me about, are we discriminating through language? And then find that the majority of people actually problem solve for themselves in these environments, plus others around them in an emergency start to react and take people with them. So that's really important to understand, that unless you're at home and in isolation that way, people will do things because you've done a community education program that's effectively reached them, starting in Australia from children to senior citizens, with a website that's in 30 languages. So we've done absolutely everything we could to ensure we covered off the language consideration. But if I may just finish on that point, if you have to translate everything into multiple languages before you'll send it, you risk not sending it at all, and the information is too dated for it to be relevant. So it's often, may I say, best endeavors in the language that is hopefully the dominant one for where you are sending your alert.
Was it part of the public education campaign to advise community members to look out for other members of the community who might not speak English?
Oh, absolutely. And that was delivered by local firefighters who went to schools to help people understand. And children are wonderful at wanting to do the right thing. And they would go home with their leaflets and tell their aunties and uncles and parents what this all meant and the lesson they'd had.
I'm guessing they're speaking about language because the alert that they used, the problem was that nobody understood the language that they were using. Is that right? Fuck.
Technology is appropriate. For example, if there's uneven cell phone reception.
Well, the beauty of the Australian system is that it was neutral as to the technology generation. It uses, as many other countries are doing, SMS, which is a global standard for messaging, and it's a useful vehicle for taking an alert to people. In Australia, we invested hugely in increasing coverage into rural areas on whichever generation was effective. And certainly along the main transportation routes and the main areas of population, there is now at least 3G. 2G has been shut off. There's at least 3G that works to deliver 4G as well, as all part of the national responsibility for recognizing, as came out in our 2014 review with Ipsos, that the public expects to be warned by those it has entrusted to reach them in times of emergency with that warning.
So you've told us that you brought this message to Canada in 2014, and I believe you chaired that program, and you mentioned that the CRTC was there, representatives from SORM, but that the CRT excluded emergency services. Do I have that right?
I'm trying to think I chaired it. There were far more able people there from Canada who actually led the discussion in the breakout group. I was merely offering some guidance that had worked for me in Australia as a basis for those discussions.
So you were a presenter rather than a chair?
Very much a presenter. I had done my presentation, and very kindly the audience members said, let's have a breakout session. Mr. Tritton led that, as to my recollection. It was unfortunate that when a representative of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police asked for representation in the room, CRTC insisted that it was actually all those seats were already taken by SORM.
How do you know? How do you know that?
I was in the room.
You were in the room? You provided the Commission with a document on this topic called Guiding Principles for Multimodal Public Alerting Systems, brackets, Canadian Proposed Mobile Alerting Guiding Principles, close brackets. That's COMM 0057415. Could that be an exhibit, please? And may I have the exhibit number, please, Madam Registrar?
So the exhibit number for the previous document was 1350, and this document will be 1351.
And if we could have that on screen, please. Mr. Hallows, who created this document?
The actual author is Mr. Tritton, who negotiated the discussions with his stakeholder group to get that document produced. And he very kindly kept me informed through its iterations. That is the last one I have seen, which is draft number 4.
And so is this work coming out of the 2014 program you were talking about?
Yes, so the 2014-2015 summit. So 2014 was CITIG, that kicked this off. 2015 was Mr. Tritton's excellent summit. And the document you had on screen there, that exhibit, is the summary of that work. And you'll find when you do a comparison between the Australian and this document, the Canadian document, there are huge similarities, but there is one that is quite striking, and that is the first guiding principle on page 4 changes the meaning of the Australian one, which was non-discriminatory, to qualify it by saying that is supported by the Canadian wireless service provider. And similarly, when it comes to number 7, the Australian one says does not encroach on the privacy of individuals, and the Canadian, to limit the technology choices, adds to that in respect of identifying and reporting on the location of the device when it is detected within network coverage for the defined alert area. That completely stopped Canada from being able to take advantage of an existing technology that was non-discriminatory, accessible to, and reaches everyone with a cell phone anywhere in Canada.
So this is a draft document. Are you aware of whether it was finalized and exactly what came out of it?
I only have it third hand as to what happened. I have no personal knowledge, but I know from the author what happened to that document.
And we will be speaking to Mr. Tritton tomorrow, so perhaps that can be discussed at the roundtable.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about another document you created more recently, which is COM number 0057394. It is called Effective Cell Phone-Based Public Warning Systems, Getting It Right, dated July 8th, 2021. Could that be made the next exhibit, please, and brought on screen? Thank you.
1352.
So this is another presentation of yours, is that right, Mr. Hallows?
When was this one drafted again?
Council of Canadian Emergency Management Organizations, at their invitation. It was a webinar like the CACP one in May.
Where was that?
I did it from home, and forgive me, I think it was coordinated out of St. John's.
Of course, at this time, we're into COVID, so everybody was attending remotely, I guess, or at least you were.
That's correct.
So what was the context of this gathering, virtual gathering?
It was a very neat segue. So having presented a similar webinar to CACP in May, at least one of those who had heard my presentation wanted me to share it in the context of emergency management organizations in July. And you'll find the slide deck has a number of similarities, and I've tried to tailor it to an emergency management organization rather than just a police environment.
Madam Registrar, if we can have that on screen again and just go to the next slide, please, page 2. And so here we see these are similar principles to what you've been talking to us about.
Indeed.
Totally irrelevant.
So that utilizes a piece of work that was borrowed by Canada and also myself as the Director of Interoperability in the UK, called the Interoperability Continuum. And it has 5 strands of concurrent, and it's very important, it's concurrent activity. Those strands are divided into 5 lanes. As you can see at the top, it's governance. You have governance rights. You need to have your standard operating procedures, which is your document set that underpins everything, the right choice of technology and your location of that technology. And critical with anything new, you need to train and exercise your people to build proficiency and confidence based upon effective training. And from the public's point of view, the blue lane at the bottom is critical to their safety, because once you've developed the system, their expectation is you'll use it. And
So-
interesting
So that blue line is called usage.
usage. And that is the critical bit upon which the public will judge success. Because as we identified through my 2014 survey of Australians, after 2 years of running the system, we found that 71% of the people surveyed, and so this is every community that had received a warning, their expectation was that they would receive a warning now for any type of emergency. So a police crime in action, harm reduction, not just the traditional bushfires, floods and tempests that the system had originally been established to provide the service for. And that was one of the key messages I brought to Canada in 2014 and then 2015, and has been fundamental to my conversations about moving away from the emergency management type environment, which can be a slow burn. You know it's going to be a bad day in terms of weather, to one where it is a police crime in action that is unpredictable. It happens, it unfolds quickly, and you need to get the message to start remote door knocking very, very quickly.
So speed is of the essence in these situations, I gather.
Absolutely.
And so have you been a part of discussions about the impact, the balancing between speed of delivery and the impact of different languages being spoken?
It has come up in multiple conversations, particularly in Europe, where you can imagine there's a very multicultural, as there is in Canada, plus you've got international visitors.
Right. And so we're still in the general world of concept of operations at the moment. And you talked at the very outset about how there needs to be a concept of operations document that is used. Is there a concept of operations document in Canada?
No.
If we could go to slide 24, Madam Registrar, it might be page 25. I think this is actually the page I wanted here. Thank you. So it's page 24, and I think it's slide 24. So this has got the heading concept of operations, and you've identified 7 critical questions to assist in developing the ConOps, or concept of operations. So you've got why, who, when, which, what, where, and how. And I noticed that the slide after that goes on to explain which, but I want to stay on this slide, Madam Registrar, but I want to ask about who, number 2. So this is a critical question asking who, and you have primacy there in brackets. So what does that mean? Can you explain that concept, please?
In Australia, emergencies have been categorized to ensure that there is one, what they call control agency, who has primacy for the response to it, and also in that, the planning and preparation. So understanding, so there is no duplication of effort, and therefore the risk of something falling through the gaps. In Australia, every type of emergency has a control agency that is clearly set out, and that's why it's essential in the concept of operations in determining the scenario, who it is will take responsibility, and therefore who needs direct access to the system because they are that control agency to alert the public.
And does the person whose responsibility is need to know it's their responsibility?
Oh, absolutely. And in Australia, it's documented. Forgive me, I couldn't tell you what the document is, but it is well known. And some of the things are very obvious, like bushfire, structural fire is the fire department. Crimes in action are clearly the police, and harm reduction as well. And then health, etc., floods, clearly articulated and set out with clear delineation as to which emergency service or emergency management organization has the primacy as the control agency.
And so you're talking about types of emergencies there. And I take it there should be a quick way of identifying which type of emergency is presented. Is that right?
Yes. I have to say, many are very obvious.
Have you had discussions about the best way to get that across when time is tight?
From my own operational experience, it has been very evident that it's a policing matter, or it is a policing matter to coordinate on behalf of a number of other agencies, which is when this whole multi-agency capability kicks in, and the need for doctrine about how that is worked. And it's very often it is the police who act as the coordinator in a major incident on behalf of all the emergency services. It tends to fall upon the police to be the alert authority, the issuer.
What is your opinion on whether it's most effective for alerts to be issued directly by police services leading an emergency response in a scenario such as an active shooter, or for them to request from a government agency like an emergency management office that the emergency management office issue the alert?
I'm going to draw an analogy to say it has to be the police. In my early days as a young Bobby, I would often be handed a bullhorn and told to tell the public as I stood on the cordon what they needed to do, because I had immediate access to the information. I knew what was happening around me and I was listening to it being discussed on my radio. The same applies here, that if you are the organization that holds the information and intelligence that the situation is escalating where you need to issue an alert in the interest of time, and time will be critical, it has to be the role of the police to have direct access, for them to craft the message according to the principles of the Common Alerting Protocol, and to take responsibility for getting that message to the public.
Yeah, I like that line. Take responsibility for getting the message to the public. That means, derp, send it, derp.
See as the police, that behavior being reflected in the population's reaction.
So that's really where the rubber hits the road, so to speak, with getting the message out. So turning back to the upper echelons of these considerations to governance, in your documents, you talk about the difference between directive and partnership models of governance. Perhaps I could bring up a presentation you gave in July 8th of 2021. I believe this is the most recent one we have. It's COMM 0057394. If we could bring that on screen, and could that be made? Oh, sorry, we made that an exhibit, I believe, already, Madam Registrar.
That was exhibit 1352.
1352. And if we could see slide 22. Can you explain the difference between directive and partnership models of governance?
Certainly. So in a directive approach to governance, the user stakeholder group leads the program to deliver the capability. It sets the operational requirements, it chooses the technology that will deliver against them, it sets the policy, and it will choose whether to use regulation or some form of voluntary approach. It sets both the technical and operational standards, it monitors contractual compliance, and it takes charge of system administration, change control, continuous improvement and upgrades. So that's what the directive one is. It's government owned and led. Did you want me to explain the partnership model?
Yes, please.
So the partnership model is how Canada's approached this. So Canada has worked with the supplier. So the supplier gets its funding from subscribers. That really diminishes the influence of the other stakeholders in terms of the emergency services organizations, because the governance is a partnership where the supplier and the distributors can choose how they want to handle the processing of messages, alerts, along with the development of changes and upgrades to the system. Because if it's going to affect the bottom line, that it requires investment to improve the technology to keep pace with next generation or capability requirements, they can choose to say no. Whereas in the directive one, it comes down from government. This is a condition of your license. It is a condition of your responsibility to deliver against the requirement for alerts. It's quite a different model that Canada has from any other country.
So the supplier in Canada is Paralysis?
That is correct.
And so, go ahead.
Paralysis chairs the governance, as I understand it.
And so the alert system in Canada is privately owned, essentially.
It's another, if I may say, extraordinary, and I mean that in terms of it's unique. There is no other country in the world that I know where the supplier owns the system. In every other country, it is government owned and led. And certainly in Australia, ultimately, it's owned by the Attorney General from the federal government, who then has delegated their running of the program to the equivalent of a Deputy Minister, Public Safety Canada would be the equivalent, who has delegated day-to-day running to the Department of Justice and Community Safety in Victoria, and that's a legacy because Victoria my office led the design to delivery of the original system. But in the Australian framework, it is all led by those held to account for its frontline delivery. In Canada, that's very odd that you've put the commercial supplier in charge of delivering the capability. For me, they would be a stakeholder held to account contractually in a different governance relationship.
And so other than what you've discussed so far, have you identified any other complicating factors due to Canada's approach to governance?
Well, as a result of it, Paralysis has not sought to have a concept of operations. There is no standard operating procedure. No one takes national responsibility at government level for its performance, its effectiveness. There is no national working group made up of emergency services organizations who want change, who want a review of technology. That is not built into the current governance model, to my understanding from what I have observed and what I've read.
So what are the roles and responsibilities in the common setup for governance structure of interdepartmental and interagency governance boards?
I've drawn diagrams of this for stakeholder groups in Europe. All of them have at the very top the minister who is accountable, and then whoever they have then delegated within normally their own department who will make sure this gets done. But in that governance framework, the people with primacy on influencing decisions are those on the front line who will be using the capability. There will be other stakeholders who provide legal and technical knowledge. And towards the bottom, and quite deliberately at the bottom, are bodies such as the regulator and the supplier. They do not have a controlling influence. They may have the ability to manage trade-offs around technology and requirements, but they do not have the final say.
Commissioners, I'm finishing a section. I'm happy to carry on. I just wanted to canvass to see whether anyone else wanted a break because we've been going for an hour and a half.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Young. It's appropriate to take a break at this time, and thank you so much, Mr. Hallows. We're going to take a break now for 20 minutes, and we'll come back at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Okay. Good for you for hanging in there. This is tried, tested, true. Trust me on this one. Trust me. This is how they do it every time. Every time. Decades. They pull out anything and everything. Oh, we need meetings. We got to have excuses. We got to do caucuses. The alert system. Of course, your brain is telling you what? The system wasn't used. Why does it matter how the system is built? You didn't use it. And they know you're smart. And you see through their bullshit now. They still try because they literally, I'm not kidding with you. I'm very serious. They literally have a handbook on how to deal with this shit every time. Recommendations. We'll get to it some point. Oops, it was that. Sorry, bonging out over there. Didn't know. Somebody didn't hear it. Get out of here. The simple question. You didn't use the system. So why does this man have to talk about it? Who probably, may have crossed paths with Mr. Balin. Undercover Ops, head Undercover Ops Canada, who happens to have a little bit of a connection with Brenda Forbes. I am literally serious. This is the way they always handle stuff. Look how they're introducing other stuff. And of course, yes, they want to sow certain other ideas in there. The technology, it's very important. We invade your privacy more to protect you. You didn't even use what you had. So you fail. End of story. Not an excuse, not a whatever. You failed. And you did it knowingly. At the very least, and you can go back. Seriously, through all of my videos, you will find right at the beginning when I understood a little bit. I don't think it was very long. Probably in that first video or two, I said the RCMP is culpable for 9 people dying. No, it's not the first video because we didn't even know because they didn't even get in there. They were too busy making TV specials. They couldn't even tell family members because they didn't even know, or so they say. Too busy producing TV specials, and I proved it. This is what they do, the handbook. Okay, we fucked up here on one of our ops. Guess what? How do we deal with this? Okay, we're going to bring out all of these other things. There's usually things that personality traits that they like to use over and over and over and over again. We all know that Lisa Banfield is very fundamental in the story, period. End of story. End of story. She is culpable. Not because I'm a misogynist. If I was a misogynist, I don't think I'd have whatever I am, 70%. 70% of my audience is female. I'm from a family of all women lawyers. Well, that's not true. But that was what was raised me. I love women. Yeah, so the argument fails. They already tried that even before on me. Fail, because it's in the handbook, right? You attack a person, call them racist, call them misogynist, call them all these other things, just because you ask questions. Fail. This man, they present old reports, garbage, nothing to do with nothing. All that somebody had to do is this. I don't know if it's going to screw up my screen. I hope not. Hit enter. Guess what? Nobody hit enter. Not because the system failed. The system didn't bong out. The system was fine. Everybody got their COVID alerts, right? Everybody got that. Everybody got the construction paintball bullshit. And then they tried to make you feel guilty about that too. It's all falling apart for them, and they know it. They know it. You have to spread the message. I call on you. You have to get more people interested in this. Please, I beg of you, share, do whatever you got to do. I hate asking people for favors. It has nothing to do with nothing. And they know it. You would never present somebody to talk about something that's totally irrelevant. But you didn't use it. Yeah. Why is this person here? They present you with a witness who talks about ballistics. And he tells you basically bullets, can be fired out of gun. Yeah, okay. And where are the experts that dealt with this story? Oh, D49. Don't want to go there. Because it's much easier just to, they think, to fool people. Hey, system. We need to have another study. We'll present colorful graphs from 2012. You'll believe us, won't you? We just forgot. That's what's going down. That's what's going down. This is fraud on a major level. No money is ever, to the best of my knowledge, no money is going into any participant's hands. Zero. It's money exchange in bank account transfers from government to lawyers. Family members are allotted a certain amount of money, allotted that money. It doesn't matter anyways, because basically I'm not sure. I think they have a list of lawyers that they can choose from. And the government just pays them directly. The lawyers, not the families. And then it says to the families, you go and find a lawyer. No. I think they get a stipend probably for a hotel in some cases, and meals in some cases. Not even across the board on that one. Money allotted again for the lawyers. That's budgeted for them again from the government. For meals and hotel for lawyers, which comes directly money transfer from the government to the lawyers. That's it. Families do get a receipt, a piece of paper. They want to sell you on old stuff, irrelevant stuff, shiny things, colorful graphs, old reports, scripts that are being read. Listen to some of the language. He even said it. Oh, I think you'll be asking me that, won't you? I already know. It's like they just soft sell what's going to come, because he knows what she's going to ask and she knows what he's going to answer. Derp. It's all kangaroo court. But you're still going to be standing. And you're going to bring your friends, right? Because you're going to tell them and you're going to recommend. Please get on board. Even though it's painful to watch. Your comments alone, they sit there in the MCC and they read them. They do. It's going on live. You make them look foolish and very morally defunct. Very morally defunct. Not ad hominem attacks. I'm not into that. I'm not into insulting people. But calling them out for what they're doing, how they're hurting people, how they're hurting you. How about that? You can even go there. I've spent a lot of nights, I'm just saying hypothetically, reading stuff. Your website doesn't work. I don't know why nobody's all over the website. Like, I'm sorry, not nobody. I don't know that for sure because it's so many people involved. I'm sure that there are people. More people should ask. There is a program that will save you all of your sleepless nights. Downloading and looking and all you have to do is type in the question. Where was X member at such time? Who saw the handcuffs? It will come up. Every single reference, every single video, every single audio interview, every single reference, period. It's called relativity. I've talked about it here before. Why does the public not get access to relativity? You know, the one that has over 500,000 pages. That's not me being a bullshitter. That is the lawyer right at the beginning, family's lawyer. One of them said it. 500,000 pages. Do families get access to that? Good question to ask. Do lawyers? Yes. Are there binding agreements in place? Yes. Is there expiration dates on those agreements? I'll leave you with that to just ponder yourselves. Think about the answer. I did a video about it. Everybody is sealed tight on this one. It is up to us to find people within this morally bankrupt group and try to bring them back and say, listen, just get off that one. It's really important. Police officers, lawyers, whomever. Again, I'm not pointing fingers at any particular people. Just get off. Now, sure, people in many cases will just say, guess what? It's like an immunity clause for certain people. Just get off. Forgiveness is there. Forgiveness is there, but you can't participate in it anymore. We don't want to see them go down either. Okay, sorry. I can speak for myself. I can speak for myself and myself only. I don't want to see the PTSD, the stress, the fucking shit. I see it on some of these people's faces. You can. Oh, Seamus, why are you identifying with them? They're terrible people. No. They may be doing terrible things. It doesn't mean that they can't change their ways. They're hurting you. They're hurting the families terribly. Slow burn. Dude, can you pick a better script? Seriously. But they like that. It's like throwing out the ITOs on certain days, very particular days. They pick them. All those I'm sure will come with time. The terrible traumas that have been visited upon families by certain people. And they're making their bed. They're making it themselves. And you're watching it in real time crumble. That binder doesn't work. Ouch. Yeah, perpetuity. There you go. They do think people are stupid. They think that they can drown you. Again, that's part of the handbook. The drowning is a big one. That was, I think, one of the first ones, aside from the emotional stuff, the psychological garbage that they latched onto. Then they started to throw in other ideas, confusion. You know that this is totally confusing. It's an absolute, it causes absolute cognitive dissonance. You know the alert wasn't used. They're trying to tell you the problem is because the alert system isn't done right. Is it the alert system? I think the alert system is a bunch of phones and some computers, probably. Is anybody in charge of the phones and computers? Yes. Do they have names? Yes. Were there emails sent out? Yes. Were they responded to? No. Culpability in a court, very fast proof. Very fast on 9 cases. Extremely fast. You did not use the alert system when you had it the whole time. But they want to tell you, well, it's because the computers and the language. Language. I don't remember anybody complaining. I could be wrong. I'm off now. Well, maybe not, but I can be mistaken. I do not remember anybody coming forward and saying, you know what? The problem with all of this is because I got the alert and it was in a different language. It came across as French or Punjabi or Vietnamese, and I just couldn't read it, and therefore I went out that day, or my family member went out that day, and this is what happened. No, nothing to do with that, but they're trying to do the psychological stuff on racism and all kinds of other junk. Totally irrelevant, and really, again, sandbox. I would call it sandbox, diaper, childish intelligence. Very weak, very poorly thought out. Too busy having a parade. The women thing was latched onto because you need the emotional issues that certain people will have. Everybody has different ones, right? Women one is a big one. Let's just bring that one up. Go back. You will find it in other things. Case after case after case. Big cases. Big things they want to bury. Alcohol, mental illness, women. It's not to say that these things don't exist. I'm sure that they do, but they also know, hey, let's trot this one out. It works all the time. These people are really dumb. Some people like cats rolling around on the ground. Let's talk about that.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
The show, the kangaroo court, will resume. Let me do some housekeeping. Oh, I got to change that. You'd think after 2 years that you got this one figured out. The amount of money is atrocious. Not 5,200. Oh, it's way higher. And that's just for this shenanigans. Way higher. Project Wide Awake. I'm so glad to see that so many people have got this one. Like, maybe who maybe didn't know about it before. This is why, cell phones are going to go in the garbage. They're not helpful. They're a hindrance on living a good life. Probably a lot of people won't agree with me. I suspect with time. Maybe. Some may. Major cover-up. That's all this is. Major cover-up. Yeah, it should be called major cover-up omission. MCO. Or something. Maybe we can come up with some kind of new name for these people. Maybe I can fix thumbnails and go back and put it over top. Making these people look like fools when they act foolish. When they act foolish. Good. There's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean it because I hate them or anything like that. You are a fool. Sorry about you. Sorry about you.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Young, whenever you're ready.
Mute.
Good morning again, Commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Hallis, hello again.
Good morning, or it's good afternoon to you, Mr. Hallis, in England.
It's where you are. It's good morning.
Very smiley. It's very.
I'm going to turn now to
fun.
asking you about interagency collaboration and interoperability. Can we start by having you define those two terms, please?
Goodness me, that they are huge, huge subjects.
Well, just letting us know what they mean would be a good start.
Okay, so I'll try and throw something out there, and hopefully it lands correctly in your interpretation as well as mine. I'm speaking as a former practitioner. So interoperability is the capability of organizations to work and cooperate and collaborate effectively by understanding each other's roles and responsibilities so that they complement each other. So a very simple one would be, in an emergency, the police have a role and responsibilities. Similarly, the fire and rescue services and the paramedics, they all have distinct roles, but for them to succeed as a collective, they need to be able to interoperate, and that requires doctrine, manuals and training, exercising, and it needs enabling technologies, which is where the CTIC, the Canadian Interoperability Technology Interest Group, was leading, or has been leading Canada, to get the most effective capabilities for joint operations.
And what is interagency collaboration? Is that something different?
We talk about intra and inter. So intra being within and inter being amongst. And certainly coming from a policing organization in the UK that is made up of 43 policing forces, all with different approaches, uniforms and kit, it's essential that there be intra, as in within the police, and then how we operate with our neighbouring and then national capabilities with the other emergency services and what we call the second responder agencies, such as municipal, provincial authorities.
And why are these two things important to the success of public alerting?
Primarily because there will be cause and effect. So you can have an emergency that could start as a fire, that is the first 911 call. You need fire brigade, fire service personnel when they respond and turn up at the scene to recognize this actually is a multi-agency approach, that it could be a crime and therefore requires a police response. And the police response will be to contain, to isolate, and then coordinate to preserve a crime scene and protect the wider impacts. And you'll have emergency medical services who will also have a responsibility in dealing with casualty management and evacuation. So that's the criticality of it.
So should these different agencies play a role in developing training manuals or policies?
Absolutely. And that was something that we recognized in the UK. And I was appointed as the national director to run the multi-agency interoperability program because we had learned from the terrible terrorist attacks of July 2005 on the 7th, you may remember, that we were very good individually, but combined we were not showing an understanding of each other's roles and responsibilities and business rules. And so you could have a situation where, as we have seen more recently in a terrorist attack in Manchester, the fire service not able to go in until the police had said it was safe to do so, and similarly the ambulance, without realizing they actually have a role to play and police should be facilitating that role for the purpose of saving life. So absolutely, it has to be set out in doctrine that we can fall back on to understand what's working and what is not, and then train our people and embed that training through exercising and then monitoring its success by seeing it reflected in the way in which we work together through day-to-day usage. And that's going back to the continuum you kindly put up on the screen.
I understand how that applies to emergency response, but how does it apply to public alerting?
There will be cause and effect. So in terms of one service that might not be the primary organization that will deal with public alerting, it needs to know that the situation they're dealing with is escalating to the point where if it's a police one, the police are on the ball immediately for the public alerting.
At times in your talks, you've given an example of the Icelandic model for interagency collaboration and interoperability. Can you tell us about that and what its advantages are?
Iceland has a population of 300,000. It is a small country. It gets several million visitors though. And what they have realized in the rollout of their national public alerting system is that it's best placed within the command and control and communications and dispatch environment. So the equivalent of 911 PSAP. The criticality of that is about time. So Iceland's approach has been that their staff who are taking the 911 calls and dispatching the people to respond and are therefore getting the intelligence back from their frontline people, puts them in the very best position to realize when a situation is escalating to the point where an alert is needed. As I said previously, an incident can very quickly escalate to a point where it exceeds the capacity and capability of the people who first respond. And if your requirement is to start evacuating people, then you must get the message to them as quickly as possible. And today through cell phones, that's done remotely and automatically via an alert ready type capability.
All right, now I understand the connection. So you're talking about scenarios where it's not necessarily alert first, response later. Just the responders come and they realize this is something bigger or something that more people need to know about, and they need to know how to get different information from different agencies and collect information to sound the alert. Is that
Yes,
correct?
very much. Yes, very much so. So the model that we applied in Australia works as much as the 911 call comes in as your first call to action. The appropriate capability, police officer, firefighter, is dispatched to the scene, who then acts as your intelligence gatherer to do a very quick assessment of what they have found on the instant ground and report that back. And as more human and otherwise technology sensors are adding information to this to create what we sometimes call the common operating picture, so your situational awareness, you can very quickly realize this exceeds your normal response capability to warn the public, and you are going to need to invoke emergency alert to reach as many people as you can simultaneously in the area to get them the message, which may be first advice, this is what we know now, stand by for more. A watch and act, which is, this is our new understanding and you need to be ready for the very next message. And finally, here's the emergency alert. This is the action we need to take. We want you to take. And in Australia, sometimes it was, this exceeds our capacity and capability. We are not coming. That's quite devastating. We are not coming. So therefore, we need to give you the information you will need to stay safe.
So an example of that might be if a tsunami is coming, all you can do for people is say, get to higher ground.
Yeah.
Something
and
like that.
Your community education program has already got people prepared that that can be the message.
You've told us about an organization called CITIG. Can you remind us what that acronym stands for, please?
Canadian Interoperability Technology Interest Group, set up in 2007. I think it has been assumed or it no longer exists since about 2017.
It no longer exists? Is that what you said?
I have a fear, I may be wrong, but I haven't had any correspondence to say that it still exists. I may be wrong.
Okay. I understand they discussed or developed something called the Canadian Communications Interoperability Continuum. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we were talking about the 5-strand diagram of the roadmap effectively before.
And so that's the same document or same concept?
That's the roadmap that we borrowed in the UK, we borrowed it in Australia, I took it there, and Canada borrowed it originally from SAFECOM in the United States.
And so you've told us that you're a proponent of the police using the public warning systems themselves. I wanted to ask you about some of the things we need to understand in order to either know how to, the commissioners would know how to best execute the system or understand what you're saying. If we can look at COMM 0057410, Madam Registrar, if we could show that on screen. Mr. Howes, this is your presentation from 2015 called Police Use of Emergency Alert for Crimes in Action and Harm Reduction. And what exhibit number will that be, Madam Registrar?
That's exhibit 1353.
I suspect at this point it'll contain a number of ideas we've already spoken about this morning, but I wanted to ask you about one concept called the principle of subsidiarity. If we could look at slide 11, which is probably page 11. No, it isn't, so let's look at the next page.
When was this written? Sorry, I was out of the room.
This is looking at active shooter scenario. I'm not finding the right page right now, but I'm not sure if there's a connection. Before you talked about primacy, is that connected to subsidiarity or is this a different idea?
Subsidiarity is a European legal principle, in effect, that the decisions that affect the community should be taken by the lowest common competent authority closest to the people affected. So, for example, it means that if the most senior person on the incident ground is a sergeant, then the sergeant should, as the competent authority to understand the situation they're facing, should be allowed to authorize the right action to then be taken.
Thank you. And we do have it on screen now. It's page 9, where it talks about authorization. So that means authorization of the alert itself?
Can I just add some context to this?
Yes.
So, December 2014, over 2 days, there was a siege in the Lint Cafe in Sydney. And that revealed to me as the commissioner that we had not anticipated in our thinking that emergency alert should be used for broader emergencies that threaten life than bushfires, wildfires, floods, etc., which is what we had done in the past. And within days of that, I was presenting to the peak body in Australia and New Zealand, which is the Australia-New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee, to pilot the use of emergency alert for the first time for crimes in action. So any form of crime which has an immediate threat to life and harm in terms of missing children. We had
And
not.
so that would include active shooter, for example.
Absolutely. Active shooter, any form of crime in action with an immediate threat to life. And it meant we needed to change the mindset. So it was taking traditionally in Australia 40 minutes from first realization of an escalating event to getting it the message authorized and the alert sent. This pilot identified streamlining that process down to an average of now 8 minutes.
And so, and you share these ideas in Canada subsequently?
Indeed, I brought them with me for the 2015 summit in Edmonton. I don't think I had it ready for the December seating, but I definitely brought them with me. And I remember some of it is in my slide deck, which you have.
And so the principle of subsidiarity, this is going beyond, should it be the police or an emergency management office issuing the alert? It's who within the police. And as I understand it, what you're recommending is that it be the lowest possible ranking officer down the chain, or at least the person in closest proximity to the emergency, not necessarily someone who is behind a desk remote from the emergency. Is that right?
Absolutely, but there's a fundamental first step in this. For that to work, you must have a concept of operations, you must have a standing operating procedure, and you must have embedded through training the very fact this capability exists and how it is to be used. It's the absence of that that then puts the frontline responder in considerable difficulty because they don't have the knowledge, they don't have therefore the familiarity or the confidence to use it because it's not been embedded in their standard operating procedures in the response to incidents.
So this would be a training issue to make sure, again, the person whose responsibility it is knows it's their responsibility, but we're not talking about just which agency, we're talking about really which individual.
It can come right down to the individual. If you are the frontline person that the public is turning to because you have all the visible signs and symbols of authority, you're wearing the uniform, then the public will expect you to take the decisions.
And that's back to your having a bullhorn example right on a street corner. And so what are the pitfalls of that though? If if it's a sergeant on scene or somebody on scene who, they do know what's happening immediately around them, but if it's a larger event, they may not have the full picture. Are there dangers associated with getting the alert out from the person that's perhaps almost too close to the ground and doesn't have the bigger picture?
Organizations, police, fire, ambulance, have built in mechanisms to take away from the frontline responder the responsibility for actually issuing the alert. But we may give them policemen may give their frontline people a bullhorn to do something locally as a first response, but it is the control center that, having had the request made to it by the frontline individual, who then takes responsibility for getting that message constructed, authorized, and sent on their behalf. I wouldn't want to take the frontline responder away from their frontline duties. It should be, once they flag up, this needs to be done. I am on the ground. I'm telling you, this is the warning area. This is what we know from here. Send a message. That should be done in a matter of minutes.
Is it possible to coordinate, for example, that an officer who's right there might be telling the people who are right there one thing, and then someone with a more bird's eye view might tell the broader public something else? For example, the person closer to the scene is saying to get out, and the person further away is saying not to go in to an area?
There is always that risk. And that's why the control center needs to be coordinating and passing back. And they may well be aware of factors outside the knowledge of the frontline individual. But from my personal experience, having been the frontline Bobby all the way up to the incident commander, it's best endeavors. I'm always very concerned by something called the paralysis of accuracy, whereby you wait and wait for the perfect situation awareness, and you miss telling the public what they need to know right now. And I'm sorry if I get it wrong, I'll tell you I got it wrong and I'll correct it. But waiting for this perfection of the information, it doesn't happen. If we take the 7/7 terrorist attacks in London, I was right there in the control room. It took us more than 60 minutes to work out that we were under attack from 4 coordinated terrorist attacks. That's the reality. In that hour, we said nothing to the public. We should have been able to say something that said, this is what we are dealing with, where it is, our understanding, will update you. Saying nothing in this day and age allows non-official channels like social media to then dominate, to fill the gap with inaccuracies, unchecked information.
And so as I understand it, what you're saying is it would be preferable to say, at minute 1, we know something is happening at point A, and then an hour later, we're not sure we wouldn't say we're not sure what's happening, but perhaps it may have spread beyond point A, we don't know. And then as more information is gathered, sending follow-up alerts. Is that right?
Absolutely. And as I described earlier, the Australian escalation is advice. We've just arrived. This is what we believe we've got. It looks like it's going to be dangerous. You need to do whatever action we think you need to take, we'll tell you. A watch and act saying, we've now got more information. It's escalating. And then the emergency alert, so we know what we want you to do right now, and you must do it. And your community education program helps with that. And to continuously update as information adds new risk, new information, new intelligence, which might be it's a cancellation, or it's moved on and we're now drawing a new warning area to alert those people with what we know, as well as keeping the people informed in the first warning area. We've now got information that says it's now a watch and act as opposed to an emergency alert. But it's a constant iterative process of communicating. And if you can imagine, an analogy would be like on the battlefield. You've got constant dynamics going on. Frontline soldiers are constantly communicating with each other because they hold the knowledge. The people they're trying to reach need to also be know, if they are civilians, what they're trying to achieve.
And so in terms of best practices, who makes the decision of what the advice is? For example, if there's an active shooter shooting people in their homes, who decides? Is the advice stay in and lock your doors? Or if the shooter is burning people's houses down, that could be dangerous. So is the advice to evacuate? Who's in the best position to make that decision?
Each scenario will have its own dynamics, its own features. And this is why training and embedding these types of decisions into your actions when it comes to alert is critical. And the person on the front line needs to be able to flag up what is the most sensible at this time action to take that needs to go in the alert message. And they may be that they will contradict later on. So you might be telling one group of people, we believe the situation has moved on, and you're telling another group of people further away, the situation requires this response. But that's quite normal.
Is there a risk of alert fatigue where people are getting bombarded with messages and they start ignoring them because they can't follow the plot?
As part of the research we did in 2014, we did not find evidence of alert fatigue. I would not say it's a myth, but there's very clear evidence that the public has an expectation of being warned. What they need from that warning is it to be actually to relate to them, so it's relevant, that the information is accurate, and that it is timely in terms of the time to impact. They have enough time to respond to it. If you're using the same system that you use for public alerting in a real-time emergency for other features, then sure, the public may find it tiresome when they hear the ping go off or the alarm, that it's another warning. So it's very important to differentiate between different types of warning, that something is happening where we need your help, perhaps in terms of an amber alert, from one that is this personally affects you right now where you are.
There are two other potential dangers I want to ask you about. So what about the danger of if there's an active shooter looking for people who might be hiding, and then an alert goes to their phone? Is there not a risk that you're actually telling the shooter where the people are?
This is one of the points I've made several times to Canadian audiences, is that your choice of technology cell broadcast overrides the user's settings on their device. And here in the UK, the counter-terrorism advice, which is the same for an active shooter, is run away, hide, switch your phone to silent, and then tell the emergency services where you're hiding. Now, we know from the awful shooting episode in Utøya in Norway that young people who were trying to hide from Anders Breivik, who was the gunman, had their hiding places revealed because their mobile phones either rang or pinged with an SMS. So we learned in Australia that our choice of system gave the user of the device the ability to still mute and silent an alert by simply turning the button on the side of their device to that setting. Canada's choice of technology has no such capability. It will override your handset settings that you've chosen, which would give away your hiding place, and you have no ability to stop it.
And so if you were on the phone with 911, for example, trying to tell them what was happening, and there's a shooter potentially looking for you, you'd have to choose between being able to speak to emergency services or to ditch your phone so that it wouldn't give your position away. Is that correct in Canada?
It would, in that situation, absolutely. You would have to make that choice of actually having to turn your telephone, your cell phone off.
If it occurred to you.
If it occurred to you. And you've been told that in your community education
And
program.
you knew that, yeah. And as well, if the shooter had a cell phone, then presumably the shooter is getting whatever information. So if all the public are being told to go one way, the shooter is going to know that too, right?
Yes, and that also is a huge consideration. It shouldn't stop you from sending the alert, but you must be aware in the content of the message that you are not giving an advantage to the shooter.
Oh my God. Are they blaming people now? Did I just hear that correctly? This is why they didn't use the emergency alert, and that's why everybody's dead, because of people. It's your fault we didn't use the system.
During review and evaluation after events, can you talk about the stage we're at now where we're all trying to process what happened, and does that form a part of looking at how best to deal with public alerting?
Oh, indeed. After every use of emergency alert in Australia, we would review, because my office had access to the data, the success of each alerting campaign. Similarly, as we did with the Lint siege, we looked at the vulnerabilities in the organization about its management of the incident to see how we could improve the situation. Because we owe it to the population that we are going to learn. We're going to identify those lessons and we're going to implement them in the most effective way. Because in times of crisis, people want the police and the other emergency services to make sense of their misery through very meaningful public warnings and information. And there is an expectation that organizations with that responsibility will take the learning, and not just from Canada, but as I've had the privilege of coming to Canada from Australia and the UK, to be able to pass on that learning, because I wouldn't want another colleague in the same situation as myself to have a bad day, and nor in terms of the public they're trying to protect.
You did talk about this cycle of learning in your presentation last year to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, that we've already made an exhibit. That's COM number 0057413. If we could have that up on screen again, please, Madam Registrar. This is the presentation called A More Effective Public Warning System for Canada in 2023. And if we can go down to slide 34. And so it's a little bit faint in the background. You've got a graphic, but it almost looks like a recycling logo. It says emergency life cycle, and that public warning system enables all 5 stages: plan, alert, respond, recover, and lessons learned.
Yes.
And is that a model or a graphic that you came up with?
It's one of my, some people call it the emergency life cycle. I've seen it with just the first 4 components in what you call the recycling model, but actually you're not recycling the knowledge in the 5th component, which is embedding the learning. And embedding the learning means you may not have had a bad day, you may not have had the best day, but here's a legacy you can turn around whereby you can improve the situation for the next person in your situation. So the plan and prepare, certainly in the context of an alert ready scenario, in having your concept of operations at the beginning and then your standard operating procedures and your training, you should have a separate training environment, so a technology environment which is safe for the user to play with, to build their confidence in using the live system. And it should be totally separate, which is what most countries have done. Canada does not have a training environment. You only have the live environment. So in the planning and preparing, what we did in Australia is every time we had a new incident, we would start creating drop-down menus with templates for the wording to speed up the process for the next person who encountered such an emergency.
Do you mean to describe types of emergencies?
No, the content of the message. So to simplify the content of the message, and then having sent the alert and dealt with the response to it, to then actively monitor the effectiveness of that alert. In Canada, your technology does not allow you to monitor the effectiveness of the alert other than from the instant ground, from frontline personnel seeing the public react. Whereas countries that use the location-based solution with SMS, what they can see is near real time on heat maps that are generated by the anonymous and aggregated data. They can see, by repeating a process, the movement of the people to confirm they are complying. And if they don't comply, does it mean that they are stuck and they need rescuing, and that's where, and you then know where to send your resources? But taking all of that knowledge from not only Canada, but also from Australia, and now 27 European countries are all building in time for the June 2022 deadline, an effective public warning system. There's a body of knowledge that needs to be built into the learning module to inform the planning and preparing for the next emergency so that we're ready.
What is the June 22nd deadline that you're referring to? Or June 2022, I mean?
The European Electronic Communications Code of 2018 directs every European member state, so 27 of them, that they must have an effective public warning system that uses the cell phone networks in place by the last day of June this year.
When you mentioned that in Canada, there's not a way to look at where people are, not who they are, but just that there is someone there based on location by using their phone, is that because we don't have the technological ability, or is it because of privacy considerations?
First, you have the technology. Second, you haven't interpreted the privacy conditions to realize that it is quite lawful in an emergency for public safety authorities to process data to save human life.
Because
you need to use the system to save people. Derp!
As an aggregated anonymous token.
And so obviously all the planning and training in the world doesn't guarantee that nothing bad will happen again. But if it does, as I understand it, you're saying it's very important to capture whatever learning there was to be had. Is that right?
Indeed. Continuous improvement, as it's termed, relies on capturing the good things as well as the not so good things and turning them into actions. And in Australia, I pioneered for the emergency services improvement action plans with turnaround times where I, as a commissioner, expected to see tangible improvements, which almost every single one meant new training and embedding that, and I would see it in the way in which the emergency services carried out their duties.
And as far as you're aware, so Madam Registrar, could we have that graphic back, please? Just looking at that emergency life cycle. And so in this cycle of the points 1 to 5, where is this Mass Casualty Commission in this cycle?
Hopefully in the stage where you are gathering, as I'm hoping I'm contributing to, the evidence base for the continuous improvement. So number 5.
Lessons learned.
Lessons learned. And there's a big red arrow on my diagram that points in the cycle back into the plan and prepare. And that, as I've tried to articulate, I hope I have, may involve a radical review of first basics in the design of your national public alerting system, going back to having a concept of operations, the standard operating procedure, and having the right technology that delivers against the actual requirements and expectations of those who will both use and receive the messages, to train and exercise, and to see its effective use in the future.
And so, in other words, the lessons learned are captured, for example, in the Commission's report. In order to fully be fruitful, they need to be put back into the planning and preparation stage after that. Is that right?
I remember working at a time when I was the operational lead at the Police Staff College in the UK, and I had a term which was nice, shiny lies. And we were having reviews done of events which were not good days, and we were turning them into reports, and we were leaving them with nice glossy covers on coffee tables around headquarters, but we had done nothing to turn it into action. And so one would hope that the approach that I brought to Australia of having improvement action plans that are time-based, as I am the regulator, the inspectorate, I want to see not only that you have documented the learning, but you've turned it into an action plan where I will see there are milestones for when you will achieve success in the implementation. And from the public's point of view, the next time there is an active shooter, the reactions of the emergency services and the dissemination of alerting has taken full account of what comes out of the Mass Casualty Commission's evidence gathering.
What do you think are the preferred outcomes for emergency services organizations such as police and fire departments in terms of maximizing benefits from a national public alerting system?
I can speak from personal experience. It's a scary thing being entrusted with public safety.
Completely irrelevant. Ask him how the system works if you don't use it. Ask him. Ask him the important question. Was anybody informed to his knowledge? Which he's going to answer no, because he doesn't know. Ask him how it works. It doesn't work. Quit talking about irrelevant garbage.
Allows me to fulfill my obligations to public safety.
What are some barriers to more frequent use of public alerting?
We did a survey, as I said, in 2014 with the communities that have been affected and the emergency services who had used it.
Just to stop you there, when you say we there, are you talking about your Australian experience now? Okay, carry on.
2014, as the Commissioner, I wanted this national review, and we looked at what were the barriers that had stopped us or stopped individuals from feeling confident to send out an alert. And some warned that it's a new system. It was put on a pedestal. It was not commonly used because it hadn't been embedded into their day-to-day operational procedures. They thought it more intrusive than other means of alerting. And as I say, much of this is documented. And some saw the equivalent of Alert Ready as being a critical tool of last resort without realizing the public's expectation was completely different.
And so how can these barriers be removed? What can be done to reconcile the top-down approach versus the public's understanding of what alerting is for?
This is totally ridiculous. Now they're running like absolutely out of material. You can see it. She's like searching the barrel for anything to kill up time. Watch this. Watch it. They're going to go on lunch soon. Watch it.
The capability is measured upon their ability to act on the information you give them. So training is important, but also it's in the user interface of the system where everything you need to make the decision is automatically there on your screen, and you are simply doing a yes, no, to reach your decision to invoke the system. You are not expected to go to a separate paper system to fill out a risk assessment. This is absolutely critical. Everything you need as a decision maker must be on the screen that you would use to make your decisions. And when you have ticked every box that says yes, 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 then you should feel confident that you can send the alert. But there should be no separate system that creates bureaucracy that's unnecessary when time is critical. So the user interface is essentially on the technology, and the training in its use is vital.
And so we've got the importance of training, and I understand that. And is that something different than operational readiness? Can you explain that in the context of public alerting, please?
Yeah, so you are going to train your people. Then you have to familiarize your people to understand that this new tool, if they've never seen it used before, is the expectation is it will become commonplace.
And so in terms of the ongoing alert monitoring of how alerting is going, which forms part of that emergency life cycle that you talked about, I wanted to ask you about a document that you provided the Commission from the Social Research Institute from 2014 that Madam Registrar, this is COMM 057416. If that could be made an exhibit, please. This is the National Review of Emergency Alert Consolidated Report of Findings. And so this is something you were involved in generating in Australia, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's the report that I commissioned. I think that's a draft I have not seen since the end of my time in Australia, that actually being published on any website you can access. So that is my electronic copy that I commissioned, my forward.
And so you don't know whether there was a final version that was any different or whether it was not published at all?
I can't find it on the internet, but I signed it off in 2014.
So certainly would have captured your thinking at the time and you approved it, is that correct?
I signed it off, most definitely. I paid for it too.
And how frequently did you recommend that these national reviews of emergency alerting happen in Australia?
Not to the extent of that particular one, but certainly annually, and something to the equivalent standard of the Ipsos one, not less than 5 years, but somewhere between 2 and 5, because it's a very iterative process. There is so much learning. So that was quite an exception for me because I want to evaluate the technology and capability that I am personally responsible for having introduced. So it made sense for me to want that to very early on in the second year of operation to run such a review to identify, are we doing this right?
Do you know if that's happened, if there have been annual reviews in Australia?
What I did set up with my team was that we formed a working group that was facilitated by an outside organization that brought together senior representatives from each of the 38 user authorities from across the federal, provincial and territorial jurisdictions in Australia into one room to share their knowledge. So there is a working group that regularly gathers the information and shares it. It's not as thorough as the Ipsos review of 2014, but it's a way of gathering and sharing the learning to build into the continuous improvement cycle that then gets implemented through training. If I may say, Canada does not have such a working group that gathers the information as a knowledge hub for the benefit of all users.
That was going to be my next question. And are you aware of any national reviews of emergency alerting that are happening in Canada?
I'm not aware of any. Forgive me if that's not correct and someone bangs the table, but I'm not aware of any.
So you have talked about the importance of the public also knowing what the purpose of emergency alerting is, what they're supposed to do when they get alerts. And so what role do you see for public education in the degree of success of public alerting?
It's fundamental. As I said earlier, my predecessor announcement, warnings are for the informed. People need to know. And what we did in Australia was identify that every household needed a leaflet drop. Every school child needed to have a leaflet that they could take home. Every community would be represented in terms of the website's reach through having it translated into 30 common languages, that we ran every year TV and radio commercials. I haven't seen it anymore, but it used to be on every outward-facing government website, federal government website, was a ticker tape at the bottom that told you, if you're coming to Australia, be aware we use emergency alert. So we did everything we could to make sure that not only citizens, but international visitors understood, from school children to senior citizen, we have this capability. If you get a message, react to what you are told to do in the content of that message.
And you did give us an example of that leaflet, Madam Registrar. Could we see COMM 0057409, please, on screen?
Could you please just, if I don't mind, just keep typing in there, no, you didn't send the alert, or something to this effect. We'll just keep flashing up those comments, okay? Clearly they are, I don't know, something's going on over there, something special. I know what's going on. But please just put something like, we didn't get an alert, please send the alert next time, no working group, something, whatever.
I actually designed it personally because I felt so strongly that we needed to start with children, and our Department for Education, together with the fire service in Victoria, put that together as part of a training package, as an educational package that a firefighter or police officer would take into every school. And my original intent was that 100% of children would get that leaflet in Australia before we launched it. We didn't achieve that. I think we got to about 60 to 70%. But it was fundamental that we reached as many people as we could.
And in the bottom left-hand corner there, it gives the emergency alert website and says that there's a video that's translated into 30 languages.
That's correct. On the website, it comes up. If you click on the TV commercial, you can select your language and it comes up with subtitles.
So you said a firefighter might go into school, or I assume a police officer, and then would they tell the children what to do if they had family members who didn't speak English?
Yes.
I didn't get your answer.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Registrar, can we please have COMM 0057410 on screen, and can that please be made an exhibit? And Commissioners, I'm mindful that it's 12:10. We're almost finished, but it is going to take Mr. Hallows into evening his time if we break for lunch. Well, he'll have to stay around, but we can just finish his direct examination. I'd appreciate that.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And that's been marked 1353 previously.
Oh, it's already an exhibit. Thank you.
Commissioners, time is not my barrier.
Thank you. And so, yes, we've seen these slides before. So this is from 2015, your presentation. And we talked about different aspects of it earlier, but what I wanted to ask you about this time, if we could have a look, perhaps it might be the last page. It's to do with the importance of members of the public having information. So that's not it. Let's back up. It was the importance of members of the public having information to make decisions on what to do to stay safe. And so, Madam Registrar might be able to help me find the right slide, but there's a graphic where you had the community deciding on the action it needed to take to stay safe. So is that a portion of how the whole alert system should work?
Yes, as a community alerting capability and a shared responsibility, it's very important that they react together. as a community. It's not always about the individual.
To sum up then, to the extent you're aware of the approach to public alerting in Canada today, are you able to give us a sense of how it compares to the approach in similar countries such as the UK, the US, European countries, and Australia? You've told us some differences, and I just wonder if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
First and foremost, the approach in Canada to governance, to the ownership and leadership of the ongoing capability, as I've said, is extraordinary. It should be, in my experience, it should be owned and led ultimately by the federal authority responsible for public safety. That is a fundamental difference. That the supplier and the regulator of telecommunications are obviously a stakeholder, but they are advisors. The fundamental principle in this is that you must put the public at the middle, because they are the recipients of the alert. They need to know what to do because they want you to tell them how to act to stay safe. And the emergency services organization, emergency management organizations with that responsibility to warn, want an effective capability that does that. But they also, in my experience from Australia, will want a value set of additional tools that give them greater situational awareness that is inherent to the system. And by that I mean doing what countries like France, Australia, the Netherlands are now doing, where they're developing a hybrid national public alerting system that takes the current technology that Canada is using and complements it with all the value-add feature set of location-based SMS. Because they realize when there's an opportunity to broadcast and you don't need any reaction back from the public, as in there's a tornado warning, is very different to an active shooter, where you want to see how the public are reacting to your message in real time, not so many days later because you've received an online survey to tell us how you've experienced the alert.
While you were speaking, Madam Mercer, I pulled up the slide I was looking for, which was on page 19 of the exhibit. So it was that square at the bottom where it says community decides on action to stay safe. So you have that as an integral part of the dependencies in public alerting. Is that right?
That is correct. That was my way of trying to illustrate the interdependencies, that just sending an alert without having your other communication capabilities up to speed. So you could send an alert with a hyperlink to a website for more information. But if your website hasn't been configured for tens of thousands of simultaneous hits, your system may shut down because it thinks it's a denial of service attack. Or if they're directing the public to look at that page and the information on that page is either not there or it's out of date. However, there will be occasions when you need to go direct to the alert and everybody else has to simply copy the alert and paste it into whatever medium channel you're directing the public to, because time will be critical.
Based on what you've seen in other jurisdictions, can you please sum up for the commissioners any areas you see room for improvement in the approach to public alerting in Canada?
I feel I have made quite a few comments on that. It's back to basics, if I may be so bold, about getting it right for the future. And that is, in a project program management, is get your design authority in place with your governance, get the right people in the room to document your concept of operations, get that standard operating procedures in place, and train people and give them the confidence that they can use the system effectively to save the lives of Canadians and people like me who love to visit you.
Thank you, Mr. Hallows. Those are my questions for you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Hallows. We greatly appreciate your time and expertise. The process we are following here, because we have many participants, is that once a witness gives evidence proper, we will take a break and the various counsel will meet, participant counsel will meet with our commission counsel and determine what, if any, further questions may be asked of you. So that's what we'll do now. It happens to be 17 minutes after noon here in Halifax, so we will break till 1:30 Atlantic time. And as Ms. Young has indicated, that's approaching dinner time for you, and we greatly appreciate your staying on with us. So we'll come back in an hour and 12 minutes or so. So thank you very much, Mr. Hallows, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break, and we'll resume at 1:30.
Disgusting. I like, it's just, I'm like these people, and they laugh. They laugh. They think it's funny. They know you guys are typing over here. They know it. Like, I'm not, tinfoily. They're watching over there. And they think that it's funny. They think, oh yeah, the snow job. Ha 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 ha. Laughing, smiling, numerous times. There will come a day, and there will be a judgment. Not by man. Weeping and gnashing of teeth. I don't want it to stop in the sense that, because I know what they'll do. That's the next card they'll pull. They're trying to pull it. Please shut it down. And then we can go away and have working groups and square tables and clowns in pink cars, and you'll never see it again. And you'll never get what's coming out in those documents, because the documents are the ones where the truth is coming out. And screw it. If these clowns want to screw around, that's fine. Let them. Wrath will come. Not by man. Paul's comment is so awesome. Thank you, Paul. I would have had that on the screen the whole time. I wish I did. They look like idiots. Maybe it's nervous laughter. I'm so upset that in amongst my midst in this world, there are people like this. And there are family members watching right now. A bunch of them. Many of them who don't say anything. Periodically, you can see in the comments if somebody does say something. You can tell. There are a bunch of them watching. And I know there's some that just say nothing. Because they're afraid or whatever. It's Paul's comment. Quote, EMO never received an alert from the RCMP. So totally irrelevant. All he could answer probably is the question that I had in the ticker. And that's it. Who knows what compensation he got paid? What kind of book deal he'll get. And he'll throw it on his resume. Somebody made that comment. Of course, it's true. He'll say, I testified in the Mass Casualty Commission. This gives me expertise, don't you know? I couldn't speak to anything in Nova Scotia. I had to read a script. He exposed himself, too, multiple times. I think you're going to be asking about that. Yes, they told every other police service, piss off. We don't want you. What? I don't understand people's fascination with money. Like, maybe it's just because I haven't really ever worried about that kind of stuff. But I mean, I mean, I could still be doing work these years, but I'm like, no. More than the last 2 years, I've been doing YouTube a lot more. And that was what I figured, like, I'll take what I can learn and I'll share it with people. I'm okay. I'm as long as I got food in my belly and a roof over my head, good people around me, what more do I need? Soul? I think mine's intact. Not so sure about other people's. My conscience? I'm sure I've made mistakes in my life. Oh, it's not I'm sure. I know I have. But I don't run around continuing to make them. What if the fuck is money? It's paper. Even if you understand the roots of it, and there are a few people in here for sure who are definitely it doesn't mean anything. Fiat currency means zero. All of it means zero. It's just trust in a piece of paper. Lots of people have trusted in a piece of paper. So therefore it has value. Stop trusting in the piece of paper. Well, I don't really have any value. See how much money is sitting in your bank versus how much they've loaned out. And no CDIC, it doesn't cover that. They don't have enough money. Morals and integrities are priceless. Well, I don't like speaking about myself, but I consider myself very well off. Even though maybe before I was far more well off. But in terms of who cares? Who cares? It's the people. You guys. Like, isn't that valuable? My friends, my family. Like, that's value. Not sitting around doing clown shows, getting books or doing whatever's. I'm not even going to go there. It's just doing things from the goodness of your heart and helping out if some lady down the street needs shoveling snow or whatever. Like, that's what people are. And you'd give the truth. You wouldn't sit here and do this mockery. Like, all the families have to just be furious right now. Well, some of them were, I saw a couple comments in there from people who don't say anything. Mad, very angry, because they can see what the hell's going down. Has nothing to do. This guy can't speak to anything about Nova Scotia. He has no information that's even contemporary. 2015, 2014, I wrote up silly graphs and colorful pictures. They think that this baffles people. They love it. The J-curve graphs. God. Look, it's got colors on it. Uh-huh. And did somebody pick up the phone? Did somebody send an email? No. Okay. We're done. You have nothing to add. Nothing to add. Paul's comment, I want to frame that literally. There's two things I want to frame, but that's probably one of the best. Wow. I mean, you got all of you are putting in great stuff there, right? Of course. But I mean, it's just so succinct. RCMP didn't send a word. But they don't want to. They don't want to. You know that. They want to know. It's only because the alert, it's that damn stick with duct tape. That's it. It's their fault. Huh? What are you talking about, man? Last I checked, people were in charge of things. So if people didn't send the alert, then they're responsible. They didn't send the alert because they didn't want to send the alert. That's why. Even their own members. Perhaps we should inform the public. Perhaps. That might be a good idea. Heidi? No. Not important. CYA. RCMP. Covert ops. And whatever it is, I was talking to a family member this morning, just before I came on. And whatever it is they're covering, I mean, I've seen a fair amount of stuff. Whatever they're covering is so big. I have never encountered anything like this in the world. I don't even deal like before with issues to do with Canada per se. It's international and lots bigger. Like the big picture shit. And I've never seen anything like this. This is totally out of control. And obviously, you can only dig so far internationally, but this is crazy. Deleting people's messages, emails. I just found out that this morning. Nice. Going through people's emails from 2019 to 2020. Whole portions of a person's emails gone. Heard of the pictures already. Know about that on my case. Come on, man. You guys are out of control. Out of control. And all you can do is laugh. It's going to come back on you. The same organization and people that are doing this shit they're going to turn on you. You think you're safe? No. But you're my friend. I helped you. No. Sorry, not receiving your call. Don't know who you are. But I really need help. I'm really screwed. Nope. That's what they're going to say. Because that's what they do. There's no friends there. They don't make friends. They control. That's what they do. There. Jamie's comment, right? And I think probably a lot more. For sure, 9. That's a given. That's a given. That doesn't take any time at all to figure out. We've got a situation down here. It seems to be pretty severe. There's a lot of people who have been murdered, and we're concerned. Maybe you should stay inside just until we deal with this one. Like, that's not a hard thing. I hate typing. I really hate typing. And I could type that out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Please just stay at home until we've got the situation under control. But of course, they couldn't. They could not do that because whatever they're doing over there, whatever it is, they will not. They cannot let that out. But the problem is it's gonna come. Like it or not. Too many people. Too many great minds. Working tirelessly. I'm so sorry. For everybody. I'm very sorry, particularly, obviously, for the family. But I'm very sorry for everybody because of the horror show that's being visited on everybody. The corruption that's being exposed. Much of it's still yet to come. Brown envelopes. Come on, man. Just use the alert. And there's just gold there. Short, concise, chopped up gold. Couldn't believe that guy said that it was, well, you don't want to alert the shooter, so therefore you shouldn't use it. What? What are you talking about, man? Are you out of your gourd? You clearly aren't qualified to write anything. Laughing. Round tables, square tables, rhombus tables. It's just garbage language. New speak, shite. If the alert was sent out, Jamie Blair's call, 10:05, people would have been saved. Now, I could see that it might take a little bit, but people would have been saved. People wouldn't have gone out of their homes. I don't feel safe until every house the government appointed babysitter and a predator drone fly. No, I won't want that. I wanted to finish reading that article from yesterday. Chief McNeil. Seen a lot of fluff going around. A lot of cover your ass media. Been floating around since 2020. All over the place. But that Saltwire article, a lot more enlightening. So let's go back to that. They'll probably delete it at some point here. It's archived anyways, I think. I did yesterday. Takes less than 15 minutes to get it ready. Truro Police Chief wouldn't explain away RCMP's missed warnings about the mass killer. How much do you think they missed it? It's just like they kind of missed it. Yeah. You gonna get the treat out of that? Those Kongs. David McNeil didn't want to be alone in the room when he took a call from two of the highest ranking Mounties in the province. I'm thinking it's Darren and Lee, or sorry, Chris and Lee Crops. It was a few weeks after Gabriel Wortman had killed 23 Nova Scotians, including a pregnant woman. Well, then it would be 22, but at least some people will say that. 22 and a pregnant woman. See, if they have to type out all the names, how long is that going to take? You know, and that just lets you know how the horror. Just easier, succinct to sticking in two numbers, like Stalin said. Ugh. The longtime chief of Truro Police said, knew that they knew that he had a copy of a bulletin his department had sent out to police agencies across the province 9 years earlier. Oh, you're not supposed to have that. Oh, everything was destroyed. We don't have a record. No. It warned. This is moratorium, right? It warned that Wortman had, quote, at least one handgun, in quote, which he often carried in his car, presumably had multiple rifles at his residence in Portapique, was mentally unstable, and, quote, wanted to kill a cop. This is their narrative. Fine, prove it. Let's go. But they knew. The RCMP had received a bulletin, but apparently hadn't acted upon it. It's not a dirt moment. It's because they didn't want to move against Mr. Wortman and probably Lisa Banfield. Why? Therein lies part of the answer. Real cop cars, real badges, real uniforms, multiple reports of cars. McNeil had received Freedom of Information requests. That's good people asking questions from 2 news outlets wanting access to all his department knew about Wortman. Their lawyer had told them the bulletin would fall within these requests. Why? Is there a lawyer involved? Oh, no. Was there some squirming on that one? And now the province reeled in terror and grief at the scale of the tragedy, the horror. RCMP's Chief Superintendent Chris Leather and Halifax District Commander Janice Gray. Oh, right, sorry, I read this yesterday. Janice Gray, oh good, John Robin, right back in the thick of things again. Wanted to talk about the 2011 bulletin before it went out. So McNeil called his deputy chief, witness, into the room and put the call on speakerphone, being nudged by RCMP. Quote, the gist of the call, you're aware of the bulletin? Recalled McNeil in an interview with representatives of the Mass Casualty Commission. I need to read this one. I haven't gotten there yet. Oh, yeah. This is going to be sought under Freedom of Information request. Yeah, it is. And it's going out? Yeah, it is. And it's potentially going to cause some problems? And I said, no, not for us. ... ellipsis. Quote, so we both hung up the phone, and both the deputy and I felt like we were being nudged in a direction that I wasn't comfortable with. And to me, it was, this bulletin needs to not surface. Moratorium. Heard that? I think that person is watching. Still. Needs to not surface. This is a CYA document. So they can say, oh, see, in October, we told people to stop destroying stuff, even though we were destroying stuff the entire time. And maybe even after. But we told people to stop it. It needs to, what was it? Not surface. It needs to, we explained this bulletin, we need to explain this bulletin away. Or is that like all these witnesses? It's the computer's fault. It's the people's fault. And I wasn't interested in doing that. McNeil was already frustrated with the RCMP before the phone call, to which he already had a witness in the room because he knew where it was going to go. His department only learned of the unfolding massacre during the early morning hours of April 19th, when they were contacted by the Colchester East Hans Health Center. The hospital called. Hey, there seems to be a problem. Reporting that they had a gunshot victim from a shooting spree in Portapique and wanted his officers to help lock down the facility. So this is how severe it is. Do you see? They don't want they don't want other departments involved. They don't want their own members involved. The Red In group. That's it. Of the RCMP. Most of them weren't Red In. With limited information coming from the RCMP, Oh, that's just a mistake. We forgot. In the early morning hours of April 19th, 2020, he learned Wortman was killing people in Onslow near the border of his town via a message from his 19-year-old daughter who had seen a post on social media that morning. Certainly, let's see here. That must be the alert. Oh, oops, no. And now he was developing the opinion that the RCMP were so concerned with covering up what, Mr. Balin? That they did not act on repeated warnings that Wortman was a danger to the public, armed with illegal guns, and what McNeil called a flawed response to the incident itself. I think he's being nice. I think he's being real nice. To me, it's fairly transparent. Wortman, Lisa, and others are all involved in some really shady shit with the RCMP or other alphabet agencies down in the United States or here in Canada, deeper ops. Some really serious shit, man. Real serious. And nobody can know. A blame game. The relationship between the RCMP and municipal chiefs would continue to deteriorate as, according to McNeil, the RCMP brought in 2 high-ranking officers from Ottawa that were dubbed Issues Management Team. I think that's going to be John. I bet you dollars to donuts, but we'll see. They became concerned with the 2011 bulletin and how a town of Amherst police officer found a copy of it. You dammy! You should have thrown it in the toilet. Found a copy of it in his records and brought the matter of the missed warnings to light. Yay! Good, honest people. And it all became, to me, about a blame game. You know, like blame the people today for why we didn't use the alert. Remember, that's really reminiscent of what? Leather. When they had the nice paintball construction story and then happened to use the alert that time. I wonder if paintball guns are on their list. Construction on their list. Do you think? I think not. Like, what did you do, Truro, to investigate this? And I'm thinking, no, you're not going down this road with me. And then to Halifax Regional Police Chief Dan Kinsella. What did Halifax do? What did you guys do? And then Amherst. How do you have this bulletin? Why is he still alive? Right. Became very clear. The 3 chiefs talked afterwards. It became very clear that this is, how do I take this bullseye and put it on 3 municipal agencies? Is that true that they got demoted? Is it true that they did get demoted in the police chiefs? They don't want them anymore. It was actually worse than one bulletin. You know, it's kind of like the bad person. You just don't want them in your company. Get the fuck away from me. It was actually worse than one bulletin. It would turn out that RCMP received at least 3 warnings that Wortman had illegal guns in his home in Portapique and was mentally unstable and had been making threats. Well, we also know about cars. So, yeah, take that and bump it up a whole bunch. and that despite warnings from both Halifax and Truro municipal agencies, they never sought a warrant to search his property. But he had a friend who would always go down and visit him. But I guess it's just another mistake, isn't it? No. He was down there visiting for a reason. Meanwhile, an RCMP officer had apparently befriended Wortman and made a habit of visiting him and chatting him about his projects whenever he happened to be in the area, driving through the area. Yeah, I believe that too. I know the value of having a few people in the community that you go to, and ironically, this is the irony of it, I was going to this guy. Coincidence. Miraculous. Him of all guys. And asking him, is there anything that we should do? Or we should know about, or anyone? Here's your orders. Anyone that should be on our radar, Constable Greg Wiley told the omission investigators when they interviewed him in his current posting in Toronto, so he fled the scene. They want him out. I don't know. Is it Wiley though? I got some pretty good knowledge that it isn't Wiley. But anyway, and isn't it ironic how things turned out? Oh, how strange. The officer formally, I guess he just missed all those cars that were parked everywhere. Maybe he's blind as a bat. The officer formerly based in Bible Hill, detachment, tells how he met Wortman after responding to reported thefts from one of his properties in Portapique. Think about that sentence for a moment. This is like Lisa and Maureen following Wortman to the Brinks facility where civilians can't take out money. And if there's a problem, quote, I was there so I could call the police. You're doing bad things. Do you think you're going to phone the police? The answer to that is no. That sentence. Totally flawed logic. Wortman, as police contact, Gabriel had good manners and a pleasant demeanor, and Wiley made a habit, miraculous coincidence, of stopping in to visit whenever he happened to be on patrol through the area. If people wondered, well, why would you stop in and talk to him? Here's the explain away. Number one, somebody in the community that was a good guy. He was somebody in the community that was a good guy. Really? Well, you believe Brenda's story? You look at his convictions. Well, can conviction, singular? I don't know. Maybe his dad, his RCMP family, who's phoning in, being like, no, he's not a good guy. I don't think he's going to go on the good guy list. Flawed logic. Again. He seemed to be pro-police to me. Oh, I thought he hated them. Was that all the cars that were in the yard that gave it away, or with the uniforms, the badge? Which was it? Wiley told the investigators. He was around my age. I'm 57. He was 51. And I found it interesting, the project. He did. And I liked that he'd take them out and show them to me. Oh, is that the car? Because I thought, I'm not skilled. I couldn't do anything, but I appreciate what he's doing. Oh no. Wortman made a habit of seeking out friendships with police officers. How's the HRP one? Oh, here we go. Halifax Regional Police Constable Barry Warnell told how Wortman approached him out of the blue. Miraculous. While the latter was working a security gig in his uniform 18 years before the killings, the two became friends again and worked on some construction projects together. When Warnell noticed the wealthy denturist was shoplifting from Kent Building Supplies, he informed the security. Right. Wealthy? Shoplifting. Flawed logic? Again. Wiley estimated he visited Wortman 16 times. Pull his GPS and his phone records. As his Portapique home through the early 2010s. Lisa Banfield, Wortman's partner, would duck into the room to bring water or pop, and the two made small talk. He told investigators Wortman never showed any interest in police paraphernalia, never spoke about firearms, and didn't appear to have any in view. Threatened parents. Sergeant Cordell Poirier, is that right? Poirier? Was well into the 12-hour night shift. Halifax Regional Police Dartmouth office when the call came in. It was June 2nd, 2010, and the officer who'd formerly worked as a polygraph, I wonder if he knows like Fraser, Firth, and Vardy, being that they're both polygraph people also, maybe, and investigated major crime, was back to his favorite part of the job, boots on the ground policing. But as patrol supervisor, the usual reality of the job was tasking less senior officers under his command with doing the responding. So during the early morning hours of June 2nd, Poirier was processing calls that had come in from the public. Some variation from the system is used throughout policing. Call comes in. It gets prioritized. The officer is tasked to responding according to the perceived need, level of threat, a file on the occurrence. That raped woman down in Halifax would agree with this one. A file on the occurrence and or individuals involved is either created or added to one that already exists. At 2 a.m., a call was taken by the commissionaire, popped up on Poirier's computer screen. Commissionaire. There was one over at Garland. It was Constable Len Vickers. The Kodiak RCMP in Moncton. Drunk and angry over the way a land deal had gone with his family. Gabriel Workman had told his uncle that they would kill his parents in Moncton. That uncle had called Gabriel's father, Paul Workman, who in turn called the RCMP. I think he called, yeah. So, you got the RCMP uncles involved. Come on, man. It was a busy night for Poirier's officers, so he took the file himself. He called Constable Vickers back, learned that Workman was a bad alcoholic who apparently had several guns, and responded with several other units to his home and denture clinic at 193 Portland Street, Dartmouth. It was about 3:30 when Lisa Banfield, Workman's girlfriend, met them at the door. She informed the officers that Workman was passed out drunk and in, quote, no condition, end quote, to speak with them. She didn't confirm or deny the threats, but did say he was angry with his parents about a land deal. Poirier left his card and said he would need to speak to Workman face to face over the coming days. Threats, uttering threats. Pretty severe. No, he's asleep. Oh, okay. Okay. Poirier showed up at the property on his next day shift. The business was closed. Must have been. Well, it was only open, 3 half days. And no one answered the door, but Workman's F-150 was in the parking lot. Well, how many vehicles did he have again? As he left, his cell rang. It was Workman, claiming he was calling from Banfield's cell phone in Portapique. Okay. So now you just got evidence of probably cameras. How would he know? Unless he was there. And Banfield's cell phone, why would he say that? He's just calling from a phone. Yeah, hi, I'm calling from Banfield's cell phone. Come on. Quote, when I told him we needed to talk face to face, he came confrontational and he told me the only weapons that he had in the house was a pellet gun and 2 antique muskets, both non-functional. Wood pellet or wood pallet or wood pile. I'm wondering where this wood pile gun has disappeared to. Recalled Poirier using his notes for assistance. As I said, he was getting confrontational, and basically the conversation ended up with him saying, look, if you're going to charge me, and he hung up. That is so helpful. No gun license. Workman didn't have a gun license, and a call to the Firearms Registry Police helpline confirmed that there was no weapons registered to him. Okay, so this is 2010. He did his PAL test. What was it? A year and a half before all this went down? Uncle in Edmonton, Glenn Workman, who heard the threats to the parents and was refusing to return police calls. He heard them himself, or he heard of them. Which is it? Was he on the line at the time? I don't remember. Could you please help me? Poirier then called Workman's father, Paul, in Moncton and told him that without confirmation that the uncle there, without the confirmation from the uncle, there was little they could do. In that conversation, Paul said that his son had several in quote, serious, in quote, weapons, in quote, including at least one handgun and multiple long guns at his Portapique residence. Well, that seems fairly credible, coming from his dad. So Poirier called Bible Hill RCMP, and spoke to Constable Greg Wiley. Quote, he told me that he was a good friend of Gabriel and that he will attempt to find out. In fact, he does have weapons in his possession at the cottage in Portapique, recalled Poirier. Evidence of a crime not reported. I felt that there was no grounds really at that time to follow up or lay a threat charge against Gabe Wortman in relation to that. So I was hoping that with that information I'd given to the RCMP, they would be able to find out something on their end. Poirier didn't hear back from Bible Hill RCMP. Uttering threats, very serious. I think I can recall my mom telling me when she sat in on a case that my grandfather was presiding over. Very serious to utter threats. Wanted to kill a cop. In 2011, Greg Densmore of Truro Police Service was approached by an unnamed informant. Densmore was told a man named Gabriel Wortman had multiple illegal weapons, including a handgun, which he often carried with him in his car. What kind of car? While driving between his homes in Portapique and Dartmouth, that he, quote, wanted to kill a cop. In the warning that Densmore drafted and sent via email, oh, there's that damn warning, to police agencies across the province, he also notes that Wortman was angry with police over how they'd handled a break-in at his property. Is that the one down in Dartmouth where the shotgun, Paul, his dad, spoke about how there was apparently a shotgun and the police knew about it? Was that the one? HRM? Or HRP responded to? The shotgun call? Maybe. I don't know. That Wiley would later tell investigators was wrapped up satisfactorily. Densmore included the threats by Wortman to kill his parents in the warning. Quote, source advised that Wortman was under a lot of stress lately and is starting to have some mental issues. Quote, is becoming a little squirrely, end quote, reads the warning. Source advised that seems to have firearms, stated that Gabriel stores the handgun in his nightstand beside his bed. Well, this is not looking good. Portapique is outside rural police services jurisdiction. Handy that, but it's in Bible Hills. So all they could do was pass on the information to the RCMP. Maybe Wiley will visit. The latter did. It remains unclear. Remember, Darren? Oh, we don't have a record. Well, it's just because we destroy things. Time. We need to free up hard drive space because we don't have money. Was sought, but no warrant was sought, and no occurrence report can be found in the PROS, an RCMP database for recording incidents and related individuals, that municipal departments in Nova Scotia also have the ability to access and add to. Well, there's a very interesting log of all the pings that were made on Mr. Wortman and Ms. Banfield. That's one of the source documents, in foundational documents. It's quite lengthy. In his interview, Wiley referenced, quote, an email or something, end quote, about Wortman being dangerous. Wiley said he visited Wortman and that, quote, he was fine, end quote. I'm not sure you were there to check up and see if he was fine. Maybe he's not too concerned about his fellow officers. When Densmore email showed up on Poirier's computer in Dartmouth detachment, he remembered the previous year's threat complaint and called Wiley again to advise him that, quote, someone should talk to Wortman. But he's fine. I asked him, how are you doing? And he said he's fine. Where the RCMP and Halifax Regional Police are separate forces, Poirier was not able to task Wiley with performing the check. RCMP and HRP work very closely together, interdepartmental. Having not heard back, Poirier recalled Wiley again, July 17th, to get an update. In my notes here, I have it strange that well over a month after Wiley getting the information, he still hadn't time to talk to Wortman, said Poirier. He then called Densmore at the Truro Police Service to talk about the warnings and its unidentified source. Poirier searched PROS for any additional incidents involving Wortman and then called Paul Wortman in Moncton for an update on the family situation. Was there a record of that? Or did that get lost too? He heard that while it had been 5 years since Paul had seen his eldest son's firearms, the father believed they were still there in Portapique. So it's 5 years in the system. Guess it's still there. So Poirier called Wiley's acting supervisor at the Bible Hill detachment, Bible Hill, to relay his concerns and questions why the warnings hadn't been followed up. The acting supervisor, who's the supervisor? I'd like to know. Hopefully it will disclose. Promised to follow up with Wiley, see what action, if any, should be taken, and call Poirier back. I never got that update, said Poirier. I guess he's unnamed. Unnamed acting supervisor. Is it a name we know? Poirier could tell us, probably. He has the notes. Maybe his notes are in the mass casualty stuff. Let's see. Probably not. Maybe it's for future disclosure. Interview is here. Okay, good. Anybody who's interested in that, I will drop the link in. I should probably put Wiley's in here also. Might be worth a read. Missed red flags. Oh, the red flags again. Brenda likes red flags. Buzz. Bzz, word. Quote, it would come as a bit of shock to me anyway if you came to me and told me that you were reporting something like that to two police officers and they didn't go and investigate. Sergeant Colin Kuka. Do I know that name from somewhere? Told Brenda and George Forbes a month after the Portapic killings. To which George Forbes replied, yeah. Kuka was sent to interview them for an internal RCMP investigation into potential missed red flags. Oh, Brenda and the red flags. Look at that. I guess I must be psychic. After media reports surfaced that George and Brenda had reported Wortman's violent behavior and possession of illegal weapons to them in 2013. Any interviews from Brenda or George? Okay. Well, we've got a few up here. Good. There is a lot, actually. 6 different ones. I guess I can link those if you want. Okay. Those of you that are interested, there is Brenda and George's interview with the mass casualty. Red flags, Brenda. Where did the interview take place? Okay. Here is Constable Townsend and Firth. Okay. Interviewing Brenda, April 22nd. Sorry, I get distracted. Here is George's statement. Here is the prose. Oh, I thought it wasn't it lost? Or they could find no record of it? Am I recalling incorrectly? From Sean Stanton. May 14th. Historical prose occurrence. Okay, so maybe they don't have a record of it. I don't know. Here is a transcript of looks like Kuka. I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, sir. Sergeant Colin Kuka. May 14th, 2020. Interview. He's doing math. Putting in there for all of us who don't know Alberta time. Okay. And here is sorry. Donald Forbes. Sure, sorry, I don't know if that's totally unrelated. I'll just throw it in here. Now, back to the article. Sorry. Red flags, Brenda. Oh, what was it again? Hearsay, I think. Reported Wortman's violent behavior, possession of illegal weapons to them in 2013. This is what they told him and later Mass Casualty Commission investigators. Searching the Fundy shore for a place to build, George Forbes took note of how the shore had changed from his childhood memories. The dance hall, so I guess he's from in the area, formerly, the dance hall and a wharf. Oh, yes. Fisheries used to have a wharf there. That once stood at the end of Portapique Road were among the victims of the bay's powerful work on the shoreline. Careers in the military had seen him and his wife, Brenda, who's connected to Balin, living and working around the country. In interviews given to RCMP officers and Mass Casualty Commission investigators after the killings, was there more than just Kuka? The RCMP recounted, after the killings, the couple recounted, maybe that was a Freudian slip, in 2002, how they settled on Portapique to build their log home. They found a community that was a mix of people who had lived there their entire lives and newcomers such as themselves who were building new homes. When the denturist and his partner bought the house up the road, it seemed like a good thing. But then in 2007, 2008, on a visit to his garage, Wortman asked about guns. Does anybody remember? I thought the house was pre-existing. They didn't build it. But maybe it's not even relevant. Not sure. Quote, blatant. Because he knew that we were in the military and he wanted us to see the guns. And I actually thought, well, maybe he's just a collector, said Brenda. Bracket. He had a bracket, so that's inserted. Semi-automatic bracket. Pistol, close bracket. So the sentence actually just would read this. That's not a complete sentence. That's just a noun. There's missing parts to that sentence. He had a small shotgun, and then he had a long-barreled weapon. And I'm going, where did you get these at? And he goes, oh, I have my connections. To Brenda, the visit to his garage was a red light, quote unquote. And it's not a flag this time. So they tried to keep some distance from Wortman. They proved difficult in a small community where they could see his house from their own. Was this before or after hot tubs? Not sure. Infamous red gate. He's going to kill me. On one occasion, Lisa Banfield showed up at their house while George was serving in Africa. Quote, she came running over to my place crying, Gabriel's beating me up and I gotta hide. I gotta have to hide, recalled Brenda. And I said to her, you gotta get help. There are agencies out there, whatever, that will hide you. Oh, no. He's going to kill me. In 2013, word got back to Wortman that Brenda had made a comment to his uncle about him bringing women other than Banfield back to his Port Pick residence. Is that Glynn? I'm guessing. Glynn and Brenda are pretty good friends. Wortman showed up at their door, holding Banfield by the arm, demanding to know why Brenda had made that observation. I said, if the shoe fits, wear it, recalled Brenda. I think she said that in her interview that I got somewhere. And he grabbed hold of Lisa Banfield, in brackets. That's inserted. So he grabbed hold of and said, you're going to regret this. George went to Africa. I thought he was in Africa. On another tour, shortly after Wortman made a point of parking at the bottom of their driveway. So he went to Africa after he parked at the bottom of the driveway? Brenda got home from work each day from cadet camp in Debert, getting out of his vehicle and staring at the house for half an hour at a time. Staring at the house for half an hour. So did George, who it sounds like was there, if I'm reading it correctly, ever speak to Mr. Wortman about this? Brenda began parking on a neighboring property and sneaking through the woods into her own home to avoid Wortman knowing where she was. It's been one of those roads that nobody can drive down. Quote, it didn't matter. He still come up every night. When Lisa wasn't there and stopped the vehicle, got out and stared at the house, said Brenda. It scared the bejesus out of me. Okay. Military? Military. And where's George? Where's George's military friends? Where's Brenda's military friends? Then in 2013, Wortman's uncle Glenn, her friend, approached her in the community. And he said, oh my God, like Gabriel just beat the crap out of Lisa. He was choking her. The assault happened outside and was witnessed by Brenda, by two other neighbors, one of whom had tried to intervene, but was allegedly told by Banfield, stop, don't come any closer, because you're only going to make it worse. Okay, so still, like the original stories I was reading, hearsay. So far I'm reading. Brenda went to work and called the RCMP from her boss's office. Oh, so she didn't call right away. I guess she was scared. Brenda said she told the 2 RCMP officers who responded about the incident the story of the history of abuse, and that Wortman had illegal guns. But that's not a history. That's hearsay. She didn't see anything. I heard some things. Perhaps you may want to talk to Glenn. When they asked if any witnesses would talk, she called Glenn and put him on the speakerphone in their presence. And I said, Glenn, are you willing to talk to the RCMP about Lisa being beaten up and all the illegal weapons? Wow. Oh, no. Leading? Why would she ask? Here's Glenn's phone number. You can talk to him. Why would she be a party to the phone call? Isn't it an official police matter? And only slightly leading? No way. There's no way I'm going to talk to the RCMP. So I guess he's talking to Brenda. Are the RCMP overhearing this then? Because Gabriel's already told me that he's killed people in the United States. He'll kill me. The RCMP, meaning something's missing or a pause. The RCMP heard all of that, and they actually said to me, well, there's not much we can do because we don't have her side of the story, and it's like the weapon stuff and stuff, we have no proof. I think they're trying to do the mistake thing, right, again? Oh, yeah, we repeatedly asked him how he was doing, and he said he was well. So we said, okay. No written record or recorded statement was taken by the officers, though Brenda told Kuka her boss at the cadet camp could vouch for her story. It's either one of these or something else. Never heard from the RCMP again. Nobody following up. Never heard from the RCMP again. Brenda and George Forbes never heard from those officers again. Who are the officers? Did they name them? She should know, right? Brenda and George Forbes never heard from those officers again. In 2014, they sold their house in Portapique, including hot tub, and moved to the Halifax area, in part to get away from Gabriel Wortman. I still never heard that George Forbes interceded on behalf of his wife. Odd. You just sell your house and leave town for staring. In part to get away from Gabriel Wortman. A search of the PRO system by the RCMP as part of the internal investigation resulting from Brenda and George Forbes' statement found that either of the officers that never made an entry about the report or it had been deleted. Okay. Officers who worked at the Bible Hill Detachment in 2013 were asked to review their notes. Notes obtained from Constable Maxwell, which only contained Brenda Forbes, Gabriel Wortman, Richard Ellison, and Glenn Wortman's names, then Lisa written on the side. No actions noted. The documents confirm the occurrence report by Ms. Forbes existed, but was likely purged according to national policy. Reads the findings of a internal RCMP investigation into why no mention of the Forbes statement could be found on prose. So if I've got this correctly, and it's quite reasonable to say that, if there was a call, was it specifically to do with an assault, an alleged assault? And who were the parties involved? Because all it says is Brenda Forbes, Gabriel Wortman, Richard Ellison, Glenn Wortman, and Lisa. We don't know what that's in reference to. Who were the parties? Was it Wortman calling? Who knows? It doesn't have anything. Brenda Forbes' report to the RCMP was not delivered in a vacuum. She was the third person in 3 years to tell the police that they had seen illegal guns on Gabriel Wortman's property. If they had checked with provincial firearms officer, they would have learned that he had no license to possess a gun. Did he ever end up getting one? I don't know. They had received a report that he threatened to kill his parents and had heard from his uncle that he claimed, there's another hearsay word, to have killed someone in the United States. They were told there were witnesses in the community to a vicious assault, physical assault he had performed on his partner. Well, where's Lisa's name? Now it's a partner. Okay. An internal review, RCMP did of its, did of its policing services in the Colchester County from September 2020 found that number of officers working in the detachment was 6 short of what would have been required to meet the minimum policing standards. So that's why Wiley and nobody could respond. Right. Must be that bonging out radio system and that damn computer for the alert, which just didn't work. No. Research, obviously Wiley responded. Research completed by the RCMP has, quote, ... has indicated the low proactive availability of first responders can have a negative impact on response call. Okay, so somewhere there's an error there. That's what that word means. Visibility, officer safety, and officer well-being, the review said. Well, that's a whole lot of nothing. Though it came 5 months after the Portapique killings, the review, handy that. The review did not mention, nor did it claim to be responsible, to be a response to the 23 murders. Now, there should be a very big paper trail on this part, right? All the officers they spoke to, there should have been stuff going on, as in it would show all the logs and how short they were back in 2013, was that? It should have big records of all of this stuff. Big paper trails. RCMP love paper. Gabriel Wortman did have plenty of visits, an estimated 16 from a uniformed officer. more unnamed parties. Lots of unnamed people. Truro Police Chief McNeil told the Mass Casualty Commission that a municipal police force officers aren't transferred in and out and get to know their community and have a sense of ownership over it. Good. Called community policing. He told commissioners how criticism mounted on the RCMP for not using the alert ready system that would have sent an alert out to all cell phones in the province. As the killings were happening, the pressure was placed on municipal chiefs by the RCMP to make public statements that were critical of the system, i.e., build us the excuse, please. The system doesn't, that damn computer. We'll blame it on that, and we'll have some clown come over who has nothing to do with anything, but maybe might know Balin. Talk about it. Ad nauseum, with old reports and shiny things, and never be asked. Would people have been saved that night if they had used it? Oh, right. More building of garbage excuses. This is how they do things. Literally, the binder. All over the place. And basically, quote, and basically, as RCMP Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman was trying to paint the narrative that the alert ready system doesn't work, reads McNeil's transcript. But the technology is already there. Perhaps it's in the Moncton stuff. You know, they may have made recommendations. I don't know. I can't remember the Moncton recommendations, but they might be in there about the alert. Oh, does that mean you had a problem following the recommendations? Oh, that would be part of your binder. Boo-hoo. Toddler. Quote, it's not effective. It's not friendly for law enforcement. And we all need to get on board as Nova Scotia chiefs and say this publicly, that we would never, that we never would use it. Now it's the MCC that does it. It's not the chiefs. I said no. By no means am I getting involved. It's like the sergeant at the hospital. I don't want to interfere. All on you. You're going to go on this one on your own. You want to go? Take that ship. And I said, no, by no means, no. By no means am I going to get involved in this, because this is a serious bone of contention with the community here in our area. And I believe it could have saved lives on the next day. Good for you, sir. Good for you. Like to buy this man a beer. When the federal and provincial governments initially announced the judicial review, which would kind of do this stuff, you know, right? Well, kind of. They just did. They've been doing it the whole time. Federal and provincial governments initially announced a judicial review held behind closed doors. Why? For a dead man. With a huge paper trail, right? Of all of your narrative. That would issue a report that may or may not be public. I love it. Good. These are the things I would say back then. Exactly what I would say. Right when it came out, I'm like, well, I read through the thing and it said, they may disclose it, may not. McNeil said, municipal chiefs again came under pressure from both the RCMP and the Provincial Department of Justice to support the move. Oh, is that Fuzzy? Furry? Fuzz? What is his name? Oh, boom. McNeil? Where's he at these days? Right. He tied up with the commission stuff. At least in a law firm that's messed up with it.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Oh, come on. Give me time to finish this. Bergerman, boom. Robin, boom. Bergerman, Butcher, boom. Jenga, 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 Jenga. And it's going to continue. Falls of government. Families of victims. Where are the new government again? Of the families of the victims were demanding a full public inquiry. And we're organizing protests in Toronto and Halifax. McNeil referenced an email sent to him by the Furry himself, a retired, shocking RCMP officer. A lot of people felt it was a cover-up, and I was one of those people, said McNeil. Then why did you propose such a thing? Why would you not just have something that was very transparent? It's about as transparent as, like, this website. Horrific. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. What's going on here? One moment. Did I lose the article? I don't know. Of course, they had it sitting in their back pocket because, do you see how long it took them to fire that one out? Oh, yeah, here. By the way, we do have the quote inquiry. It's just right here. We just found it. It took us how many days? Very few. Quote, we want the truth to come out, and I want the truth out for the families and for the community. And I want the truth to come out so we as police can learn from this and improve from this. And that I didn't think that was going to happen with the review. And I didn't think that it was appropriate for the minister to ask
Welcome back.
all the chiefs.
The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Young, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We had a productive caucusing session with participants, Counsel. We do have two Counsel who would like to ask Mr. Hallows some follow-up questions. So first will be Mr. Josh Bryson from Chester Law, who represents the Bond family, followed by Ms. McPhee from the Attorney General of Canada. And then I will have some questions after that participants have asked me to ask, and any questions arising out of the participants' questions.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hallows. I'm sorry we were dealing with some matters and are back a little bit later than we had hoped. So thank you for your patience. We have We had a successful meeting with the council, and there will be some follow-up questions with you. Perhaps, Mr. Bryson, you can simply introduce yourself and your client, and Ms. McPhee will also do the same, please. So two council for participants, Mr. Josh Bryson and Ms. Patricia McPhee, will be asking you some follow-up questions, Mr. Hallows, and beginning with Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Hallows. As the Commissioner indicated, my name is Josh Bryson. I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond.
May I begin by also expressing my sorrow at the huge loss of life that is at the heart of this commission. My condolences to you and all the families involved.
Thank you, Mr. Hallows.
A bit late on that one. Good try.
Earlier, is that a reflection of the software that exists with Palmerex? Or can you please just elaborate on the problem that exists in Canada that prevents cell phones other than 4G cell phones from receiving alert messages?
Thank you for the question. I'm hoping that my knowledge is up to date. The Palmerex NAD system distributes the message, and the wireless service providers have determined that it will be communicated, transmitted, broadcast over the 4G network. That's my read of the alert ready web pages. If I am incorrect, I'm sorry, but that's what I understood, that it is on the 4G LTE network that the wireless service providers have given over to the broadcast for compatible devices that also operate on 4G. I don't believe it has anything to do with the NADs. It is down to the distributor, which in this case is the wireless service provider's choice of 4G LTE.
Okay, so that would likely be a problem for all provinces within Canada then, all those that are using the Palmerex software, to the best of your knowledge?
Forgive me, I don't believe it's a software issue with Palmerex. I believe it's the choice, the decision of the wireless service providers that they will broadcast the alert that comes from Palmerex's NAD system via 4G to 4G compatible handsets.
I understand. Okay, thank you. And do you have an idea of what percentage of cell phones that may impact in terms of the number of cell phones that would not be receiving the message administered on the 4G network?
Back in 2017, it was nowhere near the vast majority. Forgive me, I'm not up to speed with where Canada is now, but I believe the figure for the 2018 first test was somewhere around about 35% compatibility, which meant that 65% of cell phone users in the country did not receive the message via that broadcast channel, but they would have received it by radio or television if it was turned on.
Wow, 65%.
Forgive me, I don't have the figures to hand, but I do remember from the news reports I received here, it was a low figure.
Okay. My next question is in regards to the resources that must be deployed once the national or provincial alert is issued. We have a few experiences within this province, and one experience in particular we had, the call takers reported a very high volume of calls that generated, in fact, so many calls that 30% of them couldn't be processed. So how does Australia deal with that, aside from educating the public, which I take to be a key component, but how do you address that issue?
It's addressed in two ways. One, through the Public Information Unit, which is alongside the State Control Centre. So in times of major emergency, they take charge of the issuing of alerts. The alternative is via the Peace app, which has to somehow manage the sheer call volume. But fundamentally, as you mentioned, it goes back to the community education piece and where necessary in the content of the message.
Okay, so do you have problems in Australia with the resources being overwhelmed due to the public alerts that are being issued?
In my time, Mr. Bryson, no, we did not experience that. We didn't find that people were calling the equivalent 911 system. There is a telephone number that the public had, and there was a website that they could go to for more information. and the link to the website was always towards the end of my time, the link to that web page was always part of the message content.
Okay, thank you. I was also interested to hear that your national broadcasts include messages in the nature of harm reduction. Can you just give us some examples of what that may include, the subject matter of harm reduction?
The term was used as a generic to pick up in particular. We had not been using emergency alert for abducted children, so Amber Alerts. So that was my meaning behind that. And in my slide deck that I used and was exhibited earlier, that I believe is the principal example that I use around how we should change our procedures in terms of harm reduction was in the context of Amber Alerts.
I see. Okay, it's the broader. Yeah, understood. Thank you. And just in terms of alternative forms of alerting the public to dangers, do you have experience in that or any views on, for example, using social media to keep the public informed and warn them of dangers?
So in my time as the commissioner, I led on social media initially, and my challenge was that I found it to be a discriminatory, as in it was not an all-inclusive. So I couldn't see it as being a primary alerting channel. Nevertheless, experience from Tasmania, from a bushfire there, had led us to understand the importance of being able to monitor public social media channels to a point where we actually needed to have our own Twitter accounts that allowed people to follow us, as well as my team being able to monitor what was being said on the unofficial channels to correct what might not be factually accurate. One of the issues that I've commented on to other countries considering social media as an option, if we look, for example, at London, the Twitter following of the principal police service, the Metropolitan Police, is 1.2 million, which nowhere near reflects the day-to-day population of the country. When you add visitors post-COVID, it's somewhere around about 19 million. So the issue with social media is you have to be following, if it's Twitter, the right channel to get the official word. And it can therefore leave a lot of people out of the communication, which is why we encouraged countries to look at the universality of having a cell phone broadcasting capability for alerts that was available and accessible to everyone who had their cell phone switched on and connected to the network.
Okay, thank you. You talked about the time it takes to issue the public alerting, and I believe you gave the number of 8 minutes. Can you give us a sense of what's occurring within these 8 minutes?
I can give it firsthand, having watched it. So you have the 911 equivalent call comes in. The first unit is dispatched to the scene. It sends back its initial situation report of what it's finding. That is assessed by the controller, who, based on other sensors, that could be more units arriving, will then decide that the situation is escalating and will start the process of having the message content created, and is the person also who will authorize its sending. So in crisis, that's what's happening. There is verification by the first unit to attend the scene, and that is on their complementary information coming in that can come from a range of other sensors and sources that will determine that the message is sent, and the time is down to 8 minutes.
Interesting. So that actually starts with the time of the original 911 call. That's factored into your 8 minute rough time frame.
I'm thinking on that. I believe it. Yes, it is. It's from first notification, and it's through the process of the initial responders giving their assessment. I can tell you, this does not happen every time, but the best that's been done, that is the standard they're trying to achieve, is the 8 minute mark, not the 40 minutes that it was before.
And how are the first responders? You had given some evidence about the first responders are key in informing what the content will be for this public alerting. So how does that play out on the ground when the first responders attend the site of, say, an active shooter scenario? They're relaying with the authorized user of the system, or can you give us a sense of how that's playing out?
First and foremost, I say, to my knowledge, there has not been an active shooter in Australia where this has been used. So all I can tell you is the process that I advocated for was as I described. There is widespread knowledge of the system amongst first responders, not only as frontline, but also as control room supervisors, that this is one of the capabilities in the toolbox.
Okay.
And of course, they're familiar with it. They've been trained in it, so they're ready for that as one of the options.
And final question, just in regards to the pamphlet that was introduced as COM 57409. It notes the system uses the registered address and the actual location of the phone. Can you please just explain that?
So phase one of emergency alert was an address-based. So to get ready for this, it predates me, everyone who had a telephone service, whether it was mobile or landline, the wireless service providers had to capture the phone number and your address, but not the name. The government then codified your address so that it could be found on the mapping tool used for public alerting. When I arrived in 2011, the gap was that if you were not at home, but you were traveling through an area that was under threat, you would be excluded from the alert because you weren't at your registered address. And similarly, anyone visiting would find themselves outside of the warning group. So that's where we went towards a cell phone, because it was the gap that we needed to fill, whereby anybody, whether they be a resident, a visitor, someone transiting through on business, the registration of their cell phone on the network in the warning area would mean that they had access to and we could reach them with the system.
I see. And the messages that are sent, do you also have the ability to send what we're referring to as intrusive messages, meaning you can't mute them? They pop up on your screen, whether you have notifications turned on or off, and also non-intrusive, which would be in the form of like SMS messages or text messages.
Yeah, the initial rollout was always SMS. The next generation, which is, I believe, now rolled out, that's been delivered by a company called Everbridge, combines both the original SMS with enhancements as well as the cell broadcast. So the operator of the system has the choice. If it was a major disaster, such as a flood, where you're not actually looking for data coming back, you would use cell broadcast. If it's an event where you need to know how many people are in the area and how are they reacting, then they would have the choice to use location-based SMS.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hallows. There are questions that many of the families for the participants had, and thank you for your time. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. McPhee.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to ask a couple of questions here. I'm counsel for the Attorney General of Canada. One of the questions I wanted to ask you about is, you described an incident that happened in Sydney, Australia. I think it was a shooting at a cafe. And I think you said that it was following that incident that you immediately thought that this public alerting system could be used in the policing context. Did I get that right?
That's absolutely correct, Ms. McPhee.
Okay. So I take it up till that point in time, the public alerting had been used for natural disasters and that type of scenario, as you earlier described?
That is correct. And it was that gap in our realization of its broader use that made me write that paper to present it and bring the same learning to the meeting of the National Public Alerting Summit in Edmonton in February 2015.
And can you tell me how Australia put that change into action? I mean, after this incident in Sydney, when it was recognized that, this public alerting could be used for policing situations, practically, like how did that change come about?
education to the users that the initial genesis of the system was now being broadened to any life-threatening emergency. And my recommendation was that we should pilot that for 6 months and see how it goes. As I understand it, because obviously I'm not there anymore, it is still there as an accepted practice that emergency alert will be used for any type of emergency that threatens human life, livelihood, and health.
And with that, did you have to broaden the number of authorized users, if I'm using the term correctly? Because if you're now going to be using the public alerting for policing situations, were police agencies already authorized users of the system?
We had trained 1,200 personnel nationally, representing all 38 emergency services organisations, which included the 8 police forces for each of the states and territories in the Commonwealth.
So was there further training that took place after the incident in Sydney when you were broadening the scope of the use of the Alert Ready system?
I'd say that for certain. All I can tell you, Ms. McPhee, is that at the annual get-together of users or their senior representatives as a group in each state and territory, that was most definitely what we were sharing with them for the future.
Okay. And so once you do this initial round of training, is the concept that now those organizations are doing the training within to make sure that all of the, say, police members know how to use the system and when to use the system?
There is an expectation that when you bring people to the centre for the process of train the trainer, they will take it back as it was trained and not put their own interpretation on it. I have to keep my fingers crossed they did exactly as they were trained.
And do you know how long it took following that incident in Sydney and this decision to broaden the scope of the use of the public alerting system? Like how long it took for that to actually roll out and become something that, Australia was using?
No, I don't know how long it took.
And with respect to the authorized users, are they limited to the geographic location to where they can issue an alert? For example, if a policing organization is in a particular city or in a district, do they have the capabilities to only issue an alert within those geographical boundaries?
Strictly no. That was quite deliberate. That because of redundancy and other issues that might be going on, the system can manage up to 8 simultaneous alerts anywhere in Australia. Each jurisdiction can be asked on behalf of another to send an alert if they have technical difficulties in doing it themselves. So there's full interstate interoperability. In Australia, unlike Canada, each of the 8 states and territories in the Commonwealth has their own individual police force and fire and emergency and rescue services. So they have the ability and an authority to send alerts within the boundaries of their state or territory border. But going back to my first point, in crisis, where another state may have challenges due to whatever it may be, power failure, they would be able to send a message on behalf of the neighbouring or any other state or territory at their request using their constructed message.
Okay, thanks. And can you tell me a little bit about the categories of authorized users? I think you mentioned in the 30s that I think you mentioned a number somewhere in the 30s of who can actually access this public alerting system. All
38 emergency services organisations, emergency management organisations can use it. It is traditionally, it was the remit of the fire services because it grew out of the Victorian bushfires of 2009. It very quickly became the remit of the state emergency services who deal with flood and tempest. And it's increased out from that since the episode in Sydney that it now includes the police as well. And there are 38, you say there are only 38. If I say only, that's compared to the Canadian makeup of emergency services organisations.
Since I'm going to use the year 2015, because that's when you mentioned this incident in Sydney.
Sorry,
Since,
it's 14.
oh, sorry, 14.
The
So,
learning was 2015.
okay, thank you. Do you know any statistics about how often the public alert system has been used for policing uses since when it began in 2014 or 15, I would imagine?
Very sorry to say, Mr. McPhee, it's one of the pieces I have been writing regularly to former contacts that I have not had a response to.
So do you know of any published statistics at all on that issue?
Sadly, unlike the Alert Ready website, it doesn't give that level of information.
So it doesn't break down the reasons the public alerts go out or the reasons that they're being issued?
Not that I have seen in my research.
Okay. Does it keep track of the number of public alerts that go out by jurisdiction?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Like on a yearly basis?
Most definitely it does.
Right.
But that's because of the funding mechanism. So each state and territory, unlike Canada's funding model, each state and territory pays a price for each message that is sent.
Do you know if there's been a big increase in the number of alerts that have gone out since they started using it for policing purposes?
I don't have the data. All I can tell you is that when I finished with my leadership role, we had used it in something close to, I think it was 1,300 emergencies across the country to send somewhere in the region of about 11 million individual SMS. So an average of just under 8,500 SMS per campaign. I believe that figure is now much, much higher.
And when you were in your role, you would have been using the system more for natural disasters, and that was the use of the system at that time. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. I mean, that, as I said, that was the genesis, and until the Lint Cafe siege in 2014, wisely or otherwise, certainly unwittingly, we had not recognised the broader capability it provided, and very quickly it changed.
You talked a little bit about a study in 2014 regarding I think it was a study done of the public and their perception of the use of the system. And I think you mentioned that there was no evidence of alert fatigue at that time.
Absolutely no evidence.
Okay.
You'll find it's a very detailed report. I believe it's an exhibit. It was done by Ipsos on my behalf.
Okay, and just in broad terms, knowing that it is an exhibit, can you tell us a little bit about the sample used for that study? I mean, was it all of Australia, and were they people similarly situated in the sense of how many alerts they had received over a standard set of time?
The reach that I asked Ipsos to go and survey was those communities who had actually received an alert during the 2 years of the system being up and running, and the senders of the information who have been involved in those campaigns. That seemed to me to be the most meaningful groups to go and ask.
And is there an idea, do you know offhand whether there is an average number of alerts these people had actually received over a given period of time?
No. As you can imagine, across Australia, it varies as in what Mother Nature is doing on a daily basis, and there again on an annual basis. Some would receive more than others, but no, I couldn't tell you.
You spoke this morning about the technology that's employed in Australia, the use of the text messaging system to send out alerts. And I think you said that the technology there would allow a message to be targeted to a particular geographic location, and that the authorized user who's sending out the message could then use that technology to determine if those in the target area had responded to the message. I think, for example, if there was a fire and you sent out an alert that people should evacuate an area, that you could use the technology to then determine if people had actually left the area or whether people should be targeting resources there. Did I get that correct?
That is correct. So the way that SMS is configured naturally on the system, set up by the wireless service providers worldwide, is that when I send a message, will see that it's a successful delivery receipt comes on my screen. That same capability was given to us using Emergency Alert, where the operator draws the polygon. The polygon goes to the wireless service providers and comes back through an aggregator in less than 10 seconds, and it shows you how many, as a total, cell phones there are within that area. When you send the message, the systems used by what was then 3 wireless service providers sends back the running total of those cell phones to which the system has successfully delivered the message. What you can then do without sending an alert is redraw the polygon repeatedly over time, which will show you what numbers of cell phones have remained within the warning area after you, for example, told them to evacuate. The new technology will translate that data into a heat map so you can visualize it in front of you. Back when I was running this, there was no such feature, but it's been one of the enhanced features that the use of location-based SMS now brings, which is why countries like the Netherlands, that previously only had cell broadcast, have now created a hybrid that gives them both options because of the value set.
So if I'm getting this right, the message, you have to send the text message in order to use that particular feature where you can actually tell if someone has now left that geographic area. Is that right?
No, Mr. McFay, sorry, it may be me that doesn't explain it. You don't have to keep sending the alert.
Okay.
All you need to do is keep sending the mapping polygon to the wireless service provider for their systems to keep sending back to you the running total of all the cell phones they can still see registering within your area. You don't then have to send them alert. So that is the advantage, that you don't just send an alert. You keep requesting it, it will send you the data, which hopefully is going in the right direction if it's an evacuation.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So would all authorized users have that ability to use that kind of technology to determine if, cell phones are in a particular geographic location?
Oh, absolutely. It's the first thing the system does when you draw the polygon and you press the send without the message. It returns to you, as I say, in less than 10 seconds, total aggregated across all the wireless service providers with network coverage, how many cell phones they collectively can see registered on their network in that mapping polygon.
So I'm curious if there's any oversight in Australia regarding the use of this system. I'm asking actually whether there's some kind of arm's length agency who can ensure that the system is being used, in accordance with public alerting. I can see a lot of, concern over the use of the system where all these authorized users that you've described have access to this type of technology. So is there any kind of oversight to ensure that it's not being abused, misused?
Absolutely. So as the commissioner and the delegated responsible owner and administrator of the system, my staff would see every single login of each individual authorized user and their use of the system, and it's all indelibly stamped that we could see it. We can see the polygon they drew, we can see the message content, we can see the successful delivery, and there's more data that we can process as well around an audit. And every user knows that we can see their access because we need it for 2 things. One, to monitor the performance of the system, and secondly, to ensure you remain current, because if you don't use the system after a certain period, you are dropped off the access code.
Thank you. I'm just curious also, are you familiar with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that we have here in Canada?
No, not in any detail. You want to fill me in by lack of knowledge?
No, that's okay. It was just curious. It's a constitutional document that sets out some basic rights and freedoms of Canadians, and they have some obvious recourse. But I was just wondering if you're familiar with that document, whether you had something similar in Australia.
All I can tell you is that having set up the requirements through our concept of operations work and realizing that what we wanted to achieve required the lawful processing of cell phone data in the way I've described, there was a legislative gap that was filled. Because we all wanted the outcome that would give us. And if I may say, Ms. Wafidi, just indulge me a moment, what was interesting in the Ipsos study was that having run the system for 2 years and invited people to comment on it, we asked that very question about privacy. 82% of the people who replied said that they, as a result of experiencing for real an alert, so 82% said they now put their personal safety above any privacy consideration.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask you one other question. This morning, my colleague, Ms. Young, asked you about, I think it was a 2015 presentation that you gave in Canada. I'm just going to give the COM number. It's 0057410, and I think it was marked as Exhibit 1353. And Ms. Young took you to page 19 of that document this morning. Thank you, Madam Register.
Yes.
And I think that you were discussing this community involvement as it appears in that chart. And I was curious if you could provide a little more explanation of what the community involvement would be, like how that actually plays out.
The way in which we describe, I think it's in a previous slide, but forgive me, we push information out. We expect the community to pull that information in and then to respond as a community to what they have received. And whilst individuals will make their own decisions, in the community education piece, it was very much broadening understanding, an expectation that people would help their neighbour to, if they had not received the alert or did not understand the alert, that the reaction was to work together.
Okay.
Please note what I posted there. Please note, they made the decision not to. I'll bring it back up.
Hello again, Mr. Hallows.
Not so bad.
You mentioned when you were talking about public education that part of that education was to inform the public how they should not place an additional burden on emergency services during the time an alert goes out. And so can you tell us, ideally, what should the public be taught to do and not to do when they hear an alert?
First and foremost, do not dial 911. That's not the response we're looking for. The response is to take heed of and act upon the instruction as the call for action that is in the message. The message is very clear, and it will direct through a hyperlink to a web page that will add more information that you can probably squeeze down the pipe as in an SMS. But every alert contains the link to seek more information and where you'll find it.
And so the public, members of the public would be directed in the alert message, do not call 911 to seek information, go here to this website for information, is that correct?
Yes, initially the challenge was that we didn't know how SMS would behave with what we call concatenated text. But if you send a text that is more than 160 characters using the old 2G, you could find that the second part of the message would arrive before the first. I had no experience of that. So very early on, we only sent SMS of 160 characters, which therefore limited how much you could tell in the content. Today, there is no such issue, but I don't have personal experience of how that has changed matters other than the messages are longer, not considerably longer, but sufficient to get the message across and be compliant with the Common Alerting Protocol and any other pertinent instructions, such as do not dial 000 as it would be in Australia.
Are you aware of any problems with too many people calling 000 in Australia during an alert?
I had no experience of it. There were several comments that were made when I came to Canada about the PSAPs would be, the public service answering points would be overwhelmed. All I can say is I had not seen that. There were also comments about the networks would become congested. They couldn't broadcast that many SMS. I had no evidence of that. We had no problem with the average size of the campaign being 8,500 SMS, using a distribution SMS center at 500 per second. We had absolutely no trouble with congestion. We had suggestions of people spoofing the number. I have no evidence of that either.
What does spoofing mean?
It means that they try and impersonate the sender's mobile phone number. I had no personal experience with that.
Do you mean people pretending to be sending an alert?
Indeed. But that would mean they'd have to have a contact sheet of numbers. But because emergency alerts are sent out across multiple channels simultaneously, it's very easy for the member of the public to pick up that this is not being corroborated. If ever someone did think to spoof a message, to mischievously do that or maliciously, because like Canada, it comes via multiple channels, it's very easy to spot when someone might send a rogue message, but I have no experience of that happening.
If a lot of people do nonetheless call 911 or 000 to find out what's going on, or to provide information that is not critical during those moments when there's an alert going out, is there a way to triage incoming calls from the public so that responders are able to identify what information is valuable and not, to both relieve any burden on staffing or the technical system, and also just to get the good information, not the bad?
I would say no, other than in Victoria, we had one PSAP for all the emergency services organisations, with a central hub in Melbourne and a secondary at a place called Ballarat. And if the central hub got overwhelmed, it fell over to their colleagues in Ballarat. And that's a state with a population of some 7 million people in those days.
So that was an overflow PSAP, is that correct?
It provides the same capability, but it, as the central hub, but it also can facilitate the overflow coming from that central hub, as well as performing its own role.
Are you aware of any systems where an alert can be sent out? Let's say it's a flood and the recommendation is to evacuate. Is there a way to have two-way communication so that an individual could indicate, for example, that they are nonetheless choosing to remain? Because you mentioned that if, let's say you have a location-based service, you warn people, you can see that some people have not moved and the flood is coming, and you have to decide if you're going in and rescue them. You wouldn't know from looking at a dot on a map if that person is in trouble and can't leave, or if they're choosing to remain, for example, for fear of looting of their house.
Okay, so this was not available when I was leading, but in my recent webinars that I've done on the international stage, I have done my research, and the suppliers of the platforms now available can allow the user authorities to set up an SMS that contains instructions. For example, you can use it to dial 1, which means I have received the message and I am complying with your instruction. 2, I've received your message, but I'm choosing to, shall we say, stay and defend. And press 3, it means I need help. So that capability exists. It is one of the options for SMS. It's not available with cell broadcast. I don't know of any country that has yet adopted it, but during the webinars in 2020, 2021, when I was doing this was a big feature that the international suppliers of capability had developed in recognition of its advantages in emergencies of setting up two-way communication, and not just with people in country, but also for citizens who are traveling in other countries to be able to reach them in times of disaster, like the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami, being able to reach their citizens in another country. And I speak from personal experience of having used the UK system to identify all of the UK citizens with their cell phone in any of the countries that was affected by that tsunami, and sending them a message pertinent to the country they were in.
And so that seems like it would require individual subscriber information, wouldn't it? How would you know if there's a US citizen or a UK citizen in Australia, for example?
Because the wireless service providers in Canada know exactly which country their subscribers are in, and that data is made available. You were doing it during the COVID crisis, but when a Canadian citizen switched their cell phone on arrival back in the country, that citizen then received the COVID isolation and quarantine rules, because the wireless service provider had an arrangement with public health to say this cell phone is re-registering, having returned to the country. It fits the profile that you've established, and we'll send them the message. And there was a bit.ly link in there. It's certainly in the CACP, if not the CCEMO presentation slide, what was happening. So that data is naturally collected when you travel with your cell phone. When you first step off the plane, shall we say, in London, your cell phone connects to the British network. The British network asks the Canadian network, is this person creditworthy? Do they have all the roaming agreements? Yes, they do. In the UK, you now register on the visitor location register as someone who can use your cell phone. And in Canada, you're registering on the register that says you are now in this country and you're roaming. So that data is naturally available to the industry, and it is then an option for governments and emergency services in times of crisis to lawfully ask for access to process it, to send messages to those people.
And so it follows the device. It's because it's a Canadian internet, or in my example, a UK internet provider sees that device is abroad rather than knowing anything about the particular individual and their citizenship. Is that correct?
That's great. It's all just digits, but it works off the SIM card, which has a country code built into it that identifies that you are not from this country, and you are now registering on the network, the home network.
I have one follow-up question from the questions Mr. Bryson was asking you. He asked you about the test in Canada of the Alert Ready system in 2018, and you told us that it did not reach a vast majority of Canadians because not everyone was on 4G at the time. And the question I had was, do you have any information as to whether fewer people received that in rural areas than in urban areas?
No, I couldn't tell you that. I do remember, and it's in my first white paper, which is on my website, a cartoon that appeared in one of your national papers that illustrated the sense of disappointment amongst many Canadians because they had not been reached via their cell phone as expected. One of the interesting things is that the message to advise people the system is going to be tested is sent by SMS. So people will get that message, but then the actual alert goes via cell broadcast. So you can raise the expectation you're going to get it on your cell phone when in fact you don't have either a compatible cell phone or you may be not in coverage of the correct network.
Thank you, Mr. Hallis. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, Mr. Hallows. I don't know if you can see your commissioners. Okay, Commissioner Fitch here. Earlier in your presentation this morning, you had made reference to the SORM group, the senior officers responsible for emergency management. And I believe that you referenced a meeting in Canada. I think it was in 2015. And can you just go back over that for me? I'm not quite sure I captured it in my notes, that there was an interest in some police leaders or CACP attending. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, you're absolutely spot on. So what I was describing was the National Public Alerting Summit, which was hosted by Alberta Emergency Management in Edmonton, 17th, 18th of February 2015. A very broad audience, a lot of wireless service providers and speakers like myself with first-hand knowledge. It was intended to be a knowledge exchange to help CRTC and others begin the development of Canada's wireless public alerting service as part of the Ready framework. There was a request after my presentation to have a breakout discussion group, which would be chaired by SORM, attended by many others, including myself. There was a request from a representative of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police that they should also be involved in that breakout session, and that was declined.
Okay, thank you. It's consistent with my notes. I just wanted to circle back on that. Thank you for clarifying that. The other question I had for you, and perhaps I'm asking you to speculate, but you may have firsthand knowledge on this. You had commented that having direct usage is not common in Canada, and recently it's your understanding that the RCMP does now have direct access to public alerting. Can you share with us why you think that direct access would not be of interest to police agencies? What the downside would be?
For me personally, I can't see any reason why you wouldn't want access to the full toolkit in a crisis. I can't see. But I do understand the genesis of how that decision-making is sort of iterative, because we did not include the police in Australia because the system came with a mindset, this is for natural disasters, and that is the remit of the state's fire and other emergency services. It was only once we had an example, which was the Lint Cafe siege in 2014, that for me, the penny dropped. And as a former police officer, I kicked myself, which is why I straight away wrote the brief and took it to the peak body for policing for both New Zealand and Australia, and made sure that we started the process of change.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Stan? Thank you very, very much, Mr. Hallows, for not just your time today, which takes you after hours in England, but also your time in preparing, but most importantly, for your interest in assisting us with our important work. We very, very much appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow in a round table format. So thank you so much for today.
Thank you. It is my privilege. Delighted to be able to help you get it right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Commissioners, I now have a number of documents to tender as exhibits for various reasons. The first one is left over from the police paraphernalia subject matter. Mr. Bryson, in his written submission, mentioned this document, and so I thought it would be beneficial to have that before the commissioners. And it is COM number COMM00484889, and that is an email from Commanding Officer of PEI RCMP dated April 29th, 2020. It's regarding information about Officer Safety Bulletin, including information about police paraphernalia.
That's 1356.
Next, Commissioners, there was some information gathered in commission interviews or produced pursuant to subpoena that is relevant to the topic of Alert Ready, however, didn't warrant being put before you in the form of oral evidence. So I'm seeking permission to file a number of documents that you will be able to read once they're filed.
Thank you.
So starting with 3 transcripts of commission interviews, with people whose names you've heard this week who did speak to the commission. So first, there's the transcript of the commission interview of Glenn Mason, MASOMN. That's COM number 0053758.
1357.
The transcript of commission interview of Michael Bennett, COM 0056395.
1358.
Transcript of commission interview of Dominic Fewer, FEWER, COM number 0054263.
1359.
The next document is an RCMP policy, OM brackets rewrite TOC, close brackets, dash chapter 2.15, criminal code offenses dash persons dash duty to warn. That's COM number 0042985.
1360.
The next document is COM 0001387. That is called Medical Communications Center dash Major Incident After Action Report, comma Portapic Active Shooter, comma 18-19 April 2020.
And that was previously marked as 421.
Okay, so we don't need that as a new exhibit. The next document is a VON, so Victorian Order of Nurses, response report to the Nova Scotia critical incident. That's COM 0049653.
And that was previously marked as well, 478.
Commissioners, we did spend some time on the break trying to eliminate duplicates, but obviously we missed a couple. The next one is COM number 0057407, an email from Paul Vickers to Christine Carrier and Jason Mew, MEW, dated February 2nd, 2020, re Amber Alert Program, comma, alert notifications.
1361.
The next one is COM 0001008, Pelmorex National Aggregation and Dissemination System, official document, comma, November 20th, 2014.
And again, that was previously marked as 1259.
Better twice than not at all. The next document is COM 0043572.
And again, that was marked, sorry, as 1269.
All right, we have, this one I'm fairly certain is new. COM 0056304, it's a web page called Chronology National Public Alerting Canada.
1362.
The next is an expert report, Commissioners, that I believe you may be hearing about tomorrow at the roundtable. It's COM 0055672. That's an expert report on communication, interoperability, and the Alert Ready system by authors Davis and McNeil, MCNEIL, and it's accompanied by a number of source documents. If those could all be filed as exhibits, please.
So 1363 would be the report, and source documents will be so exhibited.
COM 0023742, sit rep to COM, COMM, NS Alert Ready System, H Division.
1364.
COM 0056447, RCMP Ops Manual, Chapter 16.5, Public Alerts.
1365.
COM 0057349, Letter regarding National Public Alerting System from Raymond Theberge, Theberge.
1366.
COM 0057350, a matter of respect and safety dash the impact of emergency situations on official languages.
1367.
COM 0057368, Everbridge Mass Notification Alert System, provided by Jennifer Jesty, Jesty. That's a PowerPoint presentation.
1368.
COM 0057353, City News Halifax Twitter capture, quote, emergency alert, close quote, April 8th, 2022.
1369.
COM 0057392, media reports of emergency alerting. And this is prepared by the Mass Casualty Commission Research and Policy Team.
1370.
COM 0057393, exploring attitudes towards wireless public alerting system in Canada. This is a consultant report prepared for the CRTC dated January 15th, 2021.
1371.
COM 00438871, National Public Alerting System, Common Look and Feel Guidance, version 2.0 from Public Safety Canada.
1372.
And finally, COM 0057351, Social Media in Emergency Management, Capability Assessment.
1373.
Those were all of the documents I had to file for now, Commissioners.
Thank you so much, Ms. Young.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Ward, I understand the next order of business is to hear from participant counsel on submissions regarding the alert ready aspect of our work. Before I call on you, I wanted to address an outstanding request from last week that we heard from two of the participants. Specifically on May 4th, we heard from Mr. Bracken of Canada's National Firearms Association, NFA, and Mr. Gil Taka from the Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights, CCFR.
No, this can't be let go. Look at what Carol is saying to Briars. Okay? That morning, wrote, GIS confirms they did not call her. Thought was given to give the release about the vehicle, but the decision was made not to. Not to. Very good. Kind of figured they may not want to release. Boom.
Further from Dr. Langman. Thank you. Mr. Van Wart.
Thank you, Commissioners. Participants have been invited to make submissions with regards to the topic of emergency alerting. Those submissions can be done in writing, orally, or both. This afternoon, we have 3 sets of submissions for you are to present to the Commission. First, we'll be hearing from Josh Bryson from Chester Law, who represents the Bond family.
Sorry, I was just sorting out an exhibit number. Thank you, Commissioners. I just have a few very brief comments to make in regards to this stage of the proceeding, which is in regards to public alerting. This topic has been divided into roughly 3 foundational documents. The other foundational document yet to come is RCMP Public Communications. So the bulk of my submissions on this topic will be at that point in time. So I'm going to use just a few minutes here to look at the forward-looking mandate of the Commission in regards to after the event and the public alerting system. So the alert ready based, and we've had the benefit of hearing from the expert, Mr. Knowles, today. That was very informative. Alert ready appears to be a very effective tool to advise a large part of the population of possible danger. All you need is a cell phone. Whereas the social media tools require a lot more. It's a device, it's the application, it's then following the particular social media application, and then it's accessing that particular application on your device to make sure that you're seeing the content. It's not enough to just have Twitter. You have to actually be actively looking at Twitter and be looking at the accounts that you're following to actually receive the message. So certainly there's a lot of steps along the way where the audience is going to dwindle. So there are positive developments in the alert ready front. As we heard yesterday, RCMP now has an MOU with the EMO as of April 30th, 2021 to be an authorized user of the alert ready system. And there is an RCMP operational manual on the issue as of December 2020. But just 2 gaps I'd like to point out. One is in regards to the necessary resources that will have to be on hand at the call taker stage to process these calls that come in as a result of the alert. Now, Mr. Hollows perhaps gives us some confidence that this may be alleviated by educating the public. And what I'm referring to is the April 24th use of the alert that generated a call volume that in that member report, there was about 29% of calls were actually not even processed. And perhaps with some education given to the public that that problem will largely be alleviated. But if that emergency alert is going to be used tomorrow, there's been no education since this mass casualty, and it's likely that the OCC is once again going to be flooded with calls. So that is a gap that should be addressed. The RCMP situation report says that in that report, the April 24th report says that increasing the number of call takers in the short term is a challenge. So that appeared to be a challenge at that time. And it hasn't been resolved in the operational manual, as it states that the resolution is to call in additional resources as needed. But it's not suggesting that the resource problem identified in 2020, in April 24th, 2020, has been resolved at all by their operational manual. So that's one of the gaps. Again, I'm modifying based on I get to follow the expert in this field. So I'm modifying my submission somewhat based on what we just heard moments ago. The second gap that has become apparent is this issue in regards to the 4G network. That is new information. It appears that alerts that are going out will not be received by all users of cell phones, which is obviously a problem. So that's a further gap that should be investigated. So thank you very much for your time. They're my submissions.
And thank you, Mr. Bryson.
Sandra McCullough of Patterson Law, who is a law firm that represents several of the families most affected, will be making submissions next.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCullough.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, commissioners. And I just wanted to reiterate an emphasis I put on yesterday that we represent, Patterson Lab represents a number of the families of those deceased victims and also a number of the individuals who have been named as participants among those most affected. Commissioners, I wanted to open, I was struck by Commissioner Fitch's opening remarks yesterday when she reminded the public of the Commission's invitation that it wants to hear from everyone who has something relevant to share. And so Commissioners, in that spirit, I wanted to open my comments today on the question of emergency alerting with my own story. It's completely insignificant compared to the stories of my clients, but it's directly on point with the topic of this week. On the morning of April 19 of 2020, I was at home with my family. I was outside playing with my then 2 preschool-aged children. I had my cell phone with me, taking pictures while we played in the backyard. For context, I'm about 8 minutes from the Petro-Canada in Elmsdale. I get a text message from a friend at 11:25 telling me of the direction to stay inside and lock doors, and that there was an active shooter in the area. She received a call from a friend of hers who had family who were RCMP members, and they conveyed a private alert to their loved ones. So commissioners, that's how I learned about the mass casualty event. Not through Twitter, not through Facebook, not through Alert Ready, but because I was lucky to have a friend who had a member of the RCMP as a family member who was alerting their loved ones. So, commissioners, it's difficult to speak on the topic of emergency alerting in the absence of this more broader context of the communication that actually occurred with the public from the RCMP over April 19, 18, and 19 of 2020. Of course, commissioners, we are aware that this topic will be presented in public proceedings tentatively in a few weeks' time, but in separating these two narratives, I submit that we and the public are this week working with only a portion of the quote, what happened, portion about emergency alerting, and that we're missing some critical pieces that we will learn about later, including those that suggest a lack of knowledge or understanding about Alert Ready on part of the RCMP over April 18 and 19 of 2020. That's difficult to understand. At this point, though, we do have the benefit of evidence from the witnesses who came to us from the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office, Mr. Mason and Mr. Legg. We heard considerable commentary on their efforts over the past number of years to enlighten policing partners, including the RCMP, about Alert Ready's features and capabilities, and the EMO's urging that those policing partners accept the ability to send public emergency alerts themselves. We heard some pieces about the more technical discussion about alerting categories and definitions yesterday, but I would submit that we heard 2 very important things from these witnesses. We heard that active shooters had been presented as a broadcast intrusive alert option to the RCMP by Mr. Mason himself a number of years ago. We also heard that the EMO mobilized on April 19th, 2020, independently and was ready to go, that had an alert been requested to inform the public about the true nature of the risk that the perpetrator was bringing to life in Nova Scotia, and that Mr. Mason would have seen it issued. Now, unfortunately, because of the postponement of the Commission's attention to the RCMP's public communication over April 18 and 19 of 2020, we can't today meaningfully analyze what type of emergency alerting could have been carried out that day and what type of content ought to have been conveyed to the public that day and at what times. But I think we can circle back to where this discussion needs to begin regardless. Our public alerting system, Alert Ready, wasn't utilized on April 18 and 19 of 2020. Rather, the RCMP's duty to warn the public was fulfilled largely only by social media messaging, from which you will hear from us later, we would submit is lacking in content and timeliness. From our client's perspective, and indeed they believe this is supported by much of the Nova Scotia public, Alert Ready ought to have been deployed. We submit that had there been an emergency alert, I would not have been exposed with my children when the perpetrator was attempting to get gas minutes from my home. I would have had the opportunity to have been safely tucked inside and watching for danger. But much, much more significant than that, had there been an emergency alert, quite likely individuals like Thomas Bagley, Kristen Beaton, Heather O'Brien, Joey Weber, all of whom we know had a cell phone on their person when they encountered the perpetrator, would have had the similar opportunity to be safely tucked inside their homes and watching for danger. And I want to stress that I know there can be other names to add to that list, but those are names amongst our client group and stories that I know best. I submit that we can't omit from our consideration of the topic of emergency alerting that the likelihood of an alert-ready messaging having struck Nova Scotians with the gravity of its message in a way much different than social media messaging. An alert-ready message, one with a clear warning of the actual danger to the public with clear instructions about what to do, we submit would not only have reached a broader public, but it would have better conveyed the seriousness of the warning. And I suggest that we heard from Mr. Hallows this morning, his example of a bullhorn really brings that message to light. I submit that an alert-ready message would have enabled those who relied upon social media messaging for information to distinguish this horrific event from all of the other content that gets glanced at and scrolled past in social media messaging. We've heard from Mr. Mason, and it will be borne by the existing evidentiary record and likely future evidence that the RCMP and the Halifax Regional Police have, subsequent to April of 2020, been trained on the Alert Ready system and have accepted trusted user status. So there now is some assurance that these policing agencies now understand what the system is and how they can make best use of it. But we submit that recommendations cannot stop there. Recommendations have to expand and to touch upon a few of the more substantive concepts arising out of what we've heard so far. Commissioners, I would submit that just as the duty to warn is a legal obligation at common law, so too must it be an obligation to actively consider whether to deploy the emergency alerting tools that we have as part of fulfilling that duty. And beyond that, an obligation to thereafter account for why or why not it was deployed. Such an expanded duty by extension necessitates clear standard operating procedures to be had by potential requesters of emergency alerts, both those with trusted user status who conceivably would require their own standard operating procedures, or those without and continue to rely upon the EMO for their messaging. And we would submit that it's incumbent upon the Commission to suss out what features of those policies and procedures would be essential. Furthermore, we submit that we must broaden and continually revisit the adequacy of the available alerting categories. We cannot have a critical tool such as Alert Ready outdated, or worse, we can't leave ourselves exposed to any suggestion that this emergency alerting tool was simply not deployable in an emergency event because it technically didn't provide the right category for that. So to that end, there needs to be room for discretionary categories. Now, frankly, I think that it may be said that from what we have heard, civil emergency appears to be just that and a good model of a discretionary category, but regardless, requires further attention. Commissioners, we look forward to meaningful discussions on this topic going forward with the appropriate attention to both the pros and the cons of this invaluable tool, and without undue consideration of the perceived cons, particularly where there appears to be a lack of evidence to support such worries, and that harkens back to some of what we've heard from Mr. Hallows today. And so, Commissioners, those are the preliminary thoughts that we offer as we look forward to Phase 2 and Phase 3 considerations. But I do want to take a brief moment to conclude with some of the words that we have from Mr. Mason. And these come from his statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, COM number 54268, exhibit number 1280. They're just a few lines, Commissioners, but I submit they are perfectly illustrative of what we describe as the problem that existed over April 18 and 19 and should serve as at least part of the Commission's roadmap going forward on this issue. The discussion about public communications generally and emergency alerting specifically cannot be meaningful without full attention to what happened on April 18 and 19, or what didn't happen on those days. So to put it in Mr. Mason's words, and I'm taking from this, his sentences at the bottom of page 24 of his statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, when he says, "But at the end of the day, it didn't cross their minds." On one hand, I mean, it hadn't been used by police before in that kind of scenario, so I can see it on some level. But on the flip side, having this system and having all the discussions and the tests and everything else for, 10 years, I am a little surprised, especially where it went on for so long. Like if it was over in an hour and it was just some, frenetic burst of activity, I could see it more. And once again, I'm not trying to Monday morning quarterback, but I find it surprising you could have an event go on from like 10:30 or whatever on a Saturday night till 11:30 on the Sunday morning, and nobody thought about an alert until we called them. And then I know there was discussion in the media that we were working on a message, but that's not the case. And I'm sure we'll go through it in the timeline, but basically we couldn't get a hold of anyone. Once again, I understand it must have been extremely busy, so I'm not trying to be critical, but we couldn't get a hold of anyone to decide whether or not to issue an alert. That's what happened. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. McCullough.
And finally, we'll hear from Nova Scotia, Mr. Jeff Waugh.
Thank you, Commissioners. We just have some brief comments on some additional context with respect to the Alert Ready foundational document, and this is in addition to our written comments that were submitted on May 4th. And it's really a comment on the 911 call volume data, and it's a point of clarification, and it follows along Mr. Bryson's comments on resourcing. Some 911 call volume data has been provided to the Commission comparing call volumes on the morning of April 19, 2020 to the Sunday morning the week prior to the mass casualty and the Sunday morning after the mass casualty. And similar information on call volume data in or around the use of Alert Ready system after the Mass Casualty Commission could also be provided by EMO. And this data would allow the Commission to explore the question of whether issuing an emergency alert would overwhelm the 911 public safety answering points, or PSAPs. It is anticipated that there may be some reticence from police agencies to issue alerts based on an increase in 911 calls and a fear that an alert would overwhelm the system. And this is particularly so given evidence in paragraph 56 of the Alert Ready foundational document from an RCMP briefing note stating that 29% of calls were not processed after the April 24, 2020 alert about the possible active shooter. It should be made clear, we submit, what exactly the RCMP says was overwhelmed. The report says the OCC was overwhelmed, the Operational Communications Center. So this is a bit vague in our view because we heard evidence from Mr. Mason yesterday that the 911 call taking system has never been overwhelmed. We also heard evidence just now from Mr. Hallows that he does not have any experience with PSAPs being overwhelmed after an alert was issued. It is noted that the RCMP PSAP has 8 workstations, so up to 8 call takers available to be at those workstations. And they also have a backup PSAP of 4 additional workstations. The RCMP backup PSAP was not activated on April 18 or 19 of 2020. In any event, if a 911 call is routed to the RCMP PSAP and all call takers are busy, the caller will be rerouted to one of the other primary PSAPs as overflow. So the question remains, was it RCMP dispatch that was overwhelmed with respect to the amount of information that was coming in from numerous callers after those callers were patched over from the PSAPs? Or was it the 911 call takers at the PSAPs themselves who didn't have capacity to handle the calls? EMO is of the view that given the number of PSAP workstations and with the overflow capacity available, the 911 answering system would not be overwhelmed by the issuance of a public alert. So that is all to say that clarifying resource capacity in 911 PSAPs receiving the calls versus capacity issues in RCMP dispatch processing those calls is an important distinction to be made before the Commission's recommendations are set out. And those are our submissions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Law.
Thank you very much to participants and their counsel for your submissions. We'll consider them carefully as always. We recognize that other potential witnesses were suggested by participants in recent submissions, and we wish to advise that where they have not already been scheduled, they're still under active consideration. Thank you, of course, to Mr. Hallows for joining us today and providing broader context on public alerting. Tomorrow, we'll hear the next roundtable discussion, which will include a range of perspectives focused on public communications and alerting during emergency events. As has been noted by Ms. McCullough, there will be further Phase 1 proceedings on public communications and alerting in a few weeks. We will continue to build the factual foundation and deepen our understanding of the causes, context, and circumstances of the mass casualty. So bear with us while we blend some of the Phase 2 activities with our ongoing Phase 1 work. We intend to hear more about what happened, while we also explore the issues we are required to understand in order to make meaningful recommendations. As we've said, if you have any suggestions on changes or research related to public alerting that could assist us in shaping recommendations, you can share those through the public submissions process on our website. Your submissions will help inform meaningful recommendations later in our work. Thanks again, everyone, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 12th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Couple of good questions here. Finally. The RCMP did not want the public to be aware. That was why I showed that email, right? They said it. This is in the morning. There are repeated calls, actually. Stevenson made one. Heidi. I believe there's some others floating around too. Heidi's, interestingly enough, doesn't seem to get a response, which I find very interesting. Alan Carroll, Sergeant Al Carroll. I think his thing was the interfere. GIS confirms they didn't try to call her. They're referring to, well, we can look at that in a moment. But thought was given to a release about the vehicle, but the decision was made not to. Response. Very good. Kind of figured they may not want to release. That's upstairs. White shirts. Don't want you to know about the car. They don't want people to know. This is why it was so late in the game. Bury the truth. You know, and the whole day is spent, you know, going into complete and utter price of tea in China nonsense. And I can't understand how that can drag people down. I've never understood that. I've never understood how people can get lost in that mire. It's total bullshit. It's so transparent. It's all it is we need an excuse. Please, something, anything. And it's in the handbook. That's what they do. But they keep going on and on about it. You know, it'll drag people in. I always say at the beginning, was the alert used? Okay, it wasn't used. So if you didn't use the alert, why didn't you use the alert? Boom. Kind of figured they did not want to release. They don't want people to know. Why? You got lots of homicides, lots of them, and a car? Okay. No. All a bunch of bullshit. Could any of the lives been saved? That was the important question to ask the expert. He is the only person that could have answered, and that's funnily enough the only relevant question to ask him at all, because they're talking about how the system might not work and this and that, but it was never used. So if it was never used, all of the rest of it in law would be called moot. It doesn't matter. Garbage. That's what would happen in court. Completely moot. The only important question is if you understand, and it's an established fact, and I'm not sure why there was some hesitancy from Sandra McCullough there. She said if it was or was not used, it was not used. Once you have established that it is not used, right? The next important question is, why was it not used? And in terms of culpability, right? Legally, responsibility, could anybody have been saved using the alert? And the expert could have actually answered that. He knows nothing about Canada, but he does know about systems. And it's obviously a very basic question, but because he's considered an expert, his opinion on it is more important than yours or mine or anybody else's. So you ask him, and he says, yes, of course. If that phone call, 15-minute phone call, 15 minutes had gone through at some point in the time during the evening, yes. I think they're still at 9:15. I'm not sure. Still trying to even establish at this point in time whether J Division is missing cars. I mean, they don't know. But shouldn't you just tell people so you're not scared? Sandra, just like where was that?
Lloyd Johnson isn't on Twitter, but his daughter, who lives in Cape Breton, is. When she saw Nova Scotia's RCMP tweet that the killer might be in the Brookfield area, worried, she called Kristen Sillaboy believes it was the killer in the video. She received a text message from a friend Sunday, whose brother is an RCMP officer, saying that
Oops. So just like Sandra, you're in the club, you're good to go. Right? How many people were getting warnings from RCMP relatives and such that morning? A lot of people. Friends. The regular public? No. That doesn't apply. So that's not the way we do things. That's called preferential treatment. No, not good, right? Even though it's inadvertent, it's maybe harmless, right? All of those officers are, by doing what they did, are admitting that there is a problem. they're saying, I'm concerned about my family's safety or my friend's safety, therefore I'm going to warn them. Right? So if they're warning them, they personally are concerned. Is it not their duty to protect everybody? The more you dig, the more you will find. And it is horrendous. Bernard is her brother. Oh, yes. See, I was trying to remember. Right. It's Millbrook, right? Detachment. In the club, not in the club. And in the RCMP, there were certain people that were in the club and many that weren't. And the rest of them, the ones who weren't, are taking the fall. And those are the people, funnily enough, who should be standing up and saying, oh no, just like the rest of us are concerned, right? That didn't get the warning. You know, I didn't obviously get the warning because I don't live there. But general populace in Nova Scotia that didn't get the warning, you guys are the ones that are concerned, right? The people who got to hunker down as per advice by RCMP friends, family, well, they aren't concerned. Analogous to the white shirts who are in the club and certain members that are read in. You watch, they'll move. They'll move. It's the way it goes. The good members are taking the fall. The entire institution is taking the fall for some seedy people who were doing some not good things. Right? So that's what we've got to keep going on. And hopefully somewhere in there has to be really good. Well, I know that I've spoken to some, but they'll come out publicly. Some good members that come out publicly and say, you know what? This is garbage, man. I'm proud. I'm proud of my institution. And I don't want this shit going on anymore. That's really sad. If you think about this, right? Think about the time frame. Could this have saved Sean? Alana? Tom? Kristen? Heather? How many people could be saved? This is right here is enough. It's culpability. And even though you may only hear, we may hear lots of other, every once in a while, there's snippets in there, right? Just like in amongst thousands and thousands of pages of stuff, which is thoroughly vetted and sanitized for your viewing pleasure. Not your audio pleasure, but your, so they don't want to give you those. Viewing pleasure. There will be things like this, right? Why was this not asked about? Establish why it is they didn't want people to know. You can just keep going back in an investigation. Just keep keep going back further. Gina, absolutely. I'm not so sure about Joey because who knows, right? Because that event looks, I don't know. And all that it is that lives could have been saved, right? I am sure that at least one person could have been saved in there. That's a no-brainer. A lot more could have been saved. Now, this leads to then, if they're doing this back at Portapic, right? Follow the order, logical order. They didn't want anything down in Portapic being known. The people down in Portapic can't know, right? It's just tragic. And all should have been done to save lives that night and the next day. Period. End story. It wasn't. Instead, it was kind of figured they may not want to release. Decision was made not to. Who made the decision? And why? And when was that made? They were looking for cars early on. Mr. Byers was looking for cars. I don't think he knew what was going on at that point in time. Do I think he learned about it later? Yes. What does the rest of this say? She received from DPO3 to DPO7. These are internal emails. She received 2 calls around 5 from a blocked number, and she is wondering if members were looking for her. The SOC's girlfriend, Lisa Banfield, is her aunt. That's interesting. GIS confirms they didn't try to call her. So who's calling? And which niece is this? But I digress. Today was about the alert, and they spent a lot of time just going off into weeds and losing a lot of people. And I'm sure the media will talk about how if you just have a different language translation thing on your phone, it would have been fine. Everything would have been fine. You didn't even use it, so. Maureen was the one calling her relatives. Tragic on so many levels. I got up Sunday morning wondering if the situation was resolved. I knew about the cop car, and others in Nova Scotia didn't. There's a couple of nieces, I think. Stephanie Goulding, right? Well, I'm not 100% convinced that the denture clinic was secure. So that's all left hazy. Okay. partner's statement said she would not have. I hope that I did take some notes of the comm numbers that she was introducing. I think there may be more in those. Some of them. I got some of them. Some of them I didn't, but they'll be in the video. So those will be worth looking at. I was disappointed in the other questions, to be honest, thoroughly. But walks like a duck, starts to look like a duck. We're not supposed to find it. Well, no. We aren't supposed to find it. And none of us are supposed to find anything. Nothing. But we will. And that's what makes them very scared. And we found tons. And it's just warming up. So don't get disheartened. Feel emboldened. I apologize for my use of caps. I noticed somebody said that. I think that was you, Nikki, funnily enough. I'm not into the caps, no caps thing. Frankly, I was very upset. Yes, because I know how it goes. I had to phone somebody who is very in the know on this garbage and kind of just have a little cool out, because I've seen it too many times. Like it's just like the same old movie, and I've seen the ending to the movie, and I don't like the ending, and I don't want to see it happen again. Truro was not. No, nobody. The read in people. We should finish that article from McNeil. Sorry. Chief McNeil. I quite like that. So I'll just go back a little bit. Quote, we want the truth to come out, and I want the truth to come out for the families and for the community. And I want the truth to come out so we as police can learn from this. Wow. Yeah. That's the way things are done, right? Make mistakes, learn, and improve from this. And that I didn't think that was going to happen with the review. And I didn't like the narrative. Anybody like the narrative anymore now? I didn't like the direction. And I didn't think it was appropriate for the minister to ask the chiefs. Yeah. That's beyond inappropriate. To stand up and stand behind him and say, hey, Nova Scotia, hey, media, the chiefs are on board with this, says Fuzzy, Furry, wherever he's gone off to. It's got nothing to do with the chiefs. This didn't happen in a municipal agency's jurisdiction. So why ask us to sign up for starters? And yeah, that was my email to him. Right on, bud. I love people who got some cojones. The mass casualty omission interviewer then asked if he ever got a reply from the minister, Minister Fuzzy, Furry. No, never, replied McNeil. In response to public outrage, the initial pledge of the judicial review was replaced by a full omission. It was just give it a new name with a couple of other things And if you think they could have, like, how long does these kinds of things take to establish? I'll tell you, it takes a long time. They had it already ready in their back pocket because it was done, what, how many days was it? Like 9 days, I think, or not even? No way. That was plan B. Oh, if the people get upset, this is what we got, and we'll just pull that out. We've got this omission thing. You know, we'll kind of get what we want. We can kind of maybe screw with the narrative. We can call in some bozos who have nothing to do with nothing. Try and tell you how, I don't know, a weather app is why Nova Scotia happened. No. This is the way they do it. Plan A, B, C, they're very methodical. So they replaced it with the omission, not with this saltwire. That is totally and utterly false. And anybody who writes that, I don't know what to say about that, because that's somebody who hasn't done their research. As for the handling, how the handling and fallout of the killings have affected the relationship between municipal police forces and RCMP brass, McNeil offered a blunt assessment. Okay, I feel some more goodness coming on. Quote, the tragedy was one thing, but it was the post-event, the things that went on after the fact, that a lot of our officers aren't privy to, because I don't tell people things. What's he saying? He's being guarded with what he's saying. They all know a lot more, but good for him. Quote, for myself personally, my command team is still impacted relationship-wise by the fallout from this at the provincial RCMP level and the way it was handled. The, I'm going to say, intimidation and spin doctoring and lack of transparency. All those things cause our relationships and our and really irreparable damage, to be honest, unless the wholesale change in leadership. Wow. Unless there's a wholesale change in leadership. And I don't think he's just talking in Nova Scotia. There's a really serious problem all the way up, and it's rife. It's a cancer. I don't think it's repairable, frankly. I don't like to be pessimistic, but I think it's so far beyond repairing. And these are not words, you know, like truth, what is it? To serve and protect, right? Okay, there's good words to describe an ideal police force. I don't think intimidation, spin doctoring, and lack of transparency are things that you want to see spray painted on the side of a car. Intimidation. That's coming from a chief of police. And he's getting bullied by people who should never be bullying anybody because they uphold the law, supposedly. You do not intimidate people. And if you do, well, you need some correction. Of course, and that's the thing. You know that people are going to be like, well, you don't know anything about anything, so why am I watching? Why do I care? But don't ask him. How long was the lunch break for? An hour and 34 minutes today or something like that? What time did we actually finish at? Did I get that? I got to go back and update all the thumbnails. Truro and Bible Hill have been feuding. I think, frankly, RCMP have been feuding with, and they got a stranglehold on like the other forces to an extent. But who cares? Fuck them, man. What are you gonna do? Well, I know some what they do, but we totally need a new royal commission with a sitting judge that has some balls and teeth. Yeah, a royal inquest would be good, and probably all people from out of country. Not probably, most definitely. What are you doing over there? My Lord. That expert was not a witness. No, just part of the, soap opera narrative. Sad part, PC is the PC government is continuing to be. I'm not a political person. I don't believe that there really is a division. What was that? The one down in the States pat each other on the ass. One of them said, and the cameras go off. We'll yell and scream at each other. It's just a show. We all pat each other on the ass and then go out for a beer. That's what's said. Yeah, sure. Because they all have skeletons in their closet. They don't want them coming out. We didn't have a narrative. CBC, CTV, and Global would all be poor. Well, they're the ones that spin the narrative. They're the ones who pump it into us. That's their role limit in society, and not just in the Nova Scotia story. They're supposed to spin shit, convince us. I'm talking to you. You know that. But I'm talking to everybody else. That's what media's job is. It's a PR wing of entities much bigger. Propaganda. Convince us all the sky is pink. In some cases. Some cases they tell you the truth. Constantly traumatized. Where was Sunday's Child, or what was that? Wednesday's Child? They used to have, some fun, fuzzy stories once before. Hate this narrative. RCMP didn't include Millbrook RCMP because the changed jurisdiction would create file. Interesting theory. MSM reports the BS that they are fed. Well, yes, and they don't question it because you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Which, by extension, just makes them what? Employees. Which just makes it a PR firm. That's all. Investigative journalism. Yes. Where has that gone? I'll tell you where it's gone. By and large, this is investigative journalism. By and large, you are investigative journalism. That's what investigative journalism is. They've always been biased, but they're no longer just biased. They spin out a narrative. Same news, like 3-4 newspapers in my town. I've got Globe and Mail, Calgary Sun, National Post, and Calgary Herald, right? Calgary Herald is supposed to be the one. Once upon a time was kind of the more conservative, I don't know. Yeah, maybe more quote left leaning, I would say, left of center, intellectual paper, supposedly. It's because it's got lots of sections and all kinds of goo. Then you had the Calgary Sun, which was like the conservative kind of blue collar working man's paper. And the National Post, which of course is just supposedly national media. Interesting thing is that 3 out of the 4 newspapers are all owned by the same group, Post Media. And that wasn't a problem for a long time. But then they just started spitting out the same stories. So all that's different is the banner head. That's all. Same journalists, same stories. And you can even find them in places like CTV, etc. There is no independence in media because they're getting paid to spin stories. Not just CBC, it's all of them. All of them. They're all funded. Citizen investigators for sure. MSM have to follow the rules. Well, they don't. You can push them. Embarrass the hell out of them. Show them, listen, we're smart. Don't. Sorry. Bring something to the table, then we'll talk. Then they're like, well, okay, shit, we're looking really bad here. It seems like a lot of people seem to know a lot of things that we don't know. It's getting around. We're supposed to be the professionals here, aren't we? Okay, we better catch up. Okay. Then they might get some orders from elsewhere, you know, can rewrite it this way and we can go there. I got rid of cable years ago. They don't have, they have to include some truth. Absolutely. 100%. How could you believe somebody that is like, not that I'm saying that, but just think about it analogously to a person in your life. Let's just say you had ex-friend, and ex-friend lied to you every single word that they said. Well, you're probably not going to be friends with them. You're probably not going to believe anything they say, right? Right? Of course not. So the best liars are the ones that tell you some truths. Then they can get in with you, me, with us, right? Oh yeah, we're your friends. Sound familiar in other places? Oh, it's rampant. Those are the people to be scared of because they pretend. All battery. You know, thanks very much for coming out and helping us with our work. Or elsewhere. Agendas. Sad. But again, truth will win. And shame's making a comeback. And there'll be a reckoning one day. Not this lifetime, but elsewhere. Kicking over civilization and starting from scratch is attractive but flawed premise. Don't have the time and the knowledge, so let's fix what we can. I'm not calling for anarchy or anything crazy. I'm just calling for truth. One word. That's it. 5 hour, 40 minutes. Okay, here we go. Thank you. 5 hour, 40-minute day. 3 hours, 43 minutes of BS versus 1 hour, 57 minutes of kick-ass. Okay, so I can fix the thumbnail. I should do so right now, right? I should do this at the end of every day because then it's off my plate and I can move on to bigger and better things. Let's see here. Okay. What time is it? 3:13. I should put in here actual time worked, right? That would be ideal too. It gets on their nerves. Fair enough. Not supposed to be their friends. What happened there? There we go. I don't want to be anybody's friend unless you're a good person. Thank you to our timekeeper. Why is this not doing that? There we go. All right. Looks better. Okay. I don't know how people can just sit up there and just blah, blah, blah about nothing when they don't really even have any idea what they're talking about. They have to sit there and read. Must feel pretty bad inside, I would think. Dental work, they're putting tracking devices in people, medical devices. Yeah, that's out of my league. Phones and Project Wide Awakes and those kinds of things. I tend to stick with more. Anyway, I'll leave that alone. Real estate, HOAs. Dental clinics keep popping up. More dental clinics I see. So, and D49. Ooh, that D49 sure is an interesting one. Anybody encountered that one yet? Great Awakening? Well, it's certainly a sobering one. It's not the most pleasant, I'm sorry. Wish I could bring you fuzzy things, but we'll update the thumbnail. And thank you ever so much to all of you who are sharing. I really honestly hate asking things of people, but there does come a time, I suppose, where you have to put, is that a pride thing? I don't know, maybe. People are soulless. D49 is a mess. Yep. And they know it's a mess. I'm getting exercise after this session. Okay, great. Truth is, I know, I like that successive order of logic there, Peter threw out there about truth. Very interesting. Very good. 3542 Halifax gone. Poof. They're no longer. What is D49? D49 will take some time to unravel. It's a piece of evidence. But it's a messy piece of evidence, to say the least. What would happen if we share this on RCMP tweets? Well, I think you wouldn't be telling them anything they didn't know, right, Todd? Where is it? Morning. Did 7 kilometers this morning, this week before sitting down to listen. Wow. You're a runner or a walker, Julia? That's amazing. I need to get out more. Running is not going to be something I do. Notice when I was at the ranch, I was going up a hill from the creek, and there's a little bit out of gas. I think the smoking is kind of taking its toll. Walking dogs. Oh, nice. Sweet. What kind of dogs do you have? You need 10 people to decipher forensic mess if there's a gun missing so far. Mess upon mess upon mess upon mess. What about those handcuffs? I love those handcuffs. Those peerless handcuffs. Don't worry, you just get a promotion. All right, then. German Shepherds. Casey and wow. Great names. Great names. You like that, Nova? Casey and Finnegan? You're a little too young for that, aren't you? I used to love that show. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, very good. Glad you had a good walk. And good to keep physically, that's part of being healthy and eating and all that other good stuff. My girlfriend says to me, well, you don't do any of that, because I'm always like, you need to eat and stuff. And I'm like, well, there's my rules and everybody else's rules. I'm such a smart ass. Follow the forensic notes and emails, and you will discover the what the fuck mess. Oh, there's mess everywhere, but yeah, big mess over in the... All right. Peerless cuffs are crap. All the cool kids, myself included, carrying Smith & Wessons. Hinge cuffs. Don't want to know why. Could you stop eating that, please? That's not for you to eat. Don't want to ask any more about that. You friendly giant of the internet. Yeah, right. Bowling. Bowling's good. Bowling is actually good. 10-pin is great. All right. Do have a fantastic rest of the day, because, well, they ended early. So get some exercise, have some food, have some sleep, visit with family, have some good times and some laughs, and we'll see you tomorrow. God bless you all. God bless the 23.